So a little backstory. This is a running joke from like a while ago, where we said during the 24-hour stream I would host an off game set in Salmon Arm, and then it became real after I made this logo, which I will show you again.
You're very proud of this logo.
With the
A really good logo.
It's the flexing salmon. And then it got more real, and I told them to make characters, and I told them they had a shit ton of experience to make their characters.
And it all went downhill from there. So welcome to Salmon Arm by night. In a cozy little city in the middle of BC, there rests 5 vampires and no more. So you see, Salmon Arm does not have the Camarilla or the Anarchs or whatever the Sabbat are. No, Salmon Arm is a haven for powerful kindred who need to get out of the limelight because they've either made mistakes in life or, you know, just don't want to be in the dang city, or were never accepted by kindred society because they're gross.
Do we have an Nosferatu?
Rude. It's like a direct attack on me.
I don't know what you're talking
This
about.
is going to be a super serial game, okay?
This is very serious, you guys.
Super serial.
So, plus the problem with Salmon Arm is that it's very close, much like any small city. Everybody knows everybody. And the idea of an entire organization systematically eating people would probably, you know, cause some ruckus. So it's actually been up to the 5 of you self-chosen to keep this place, Camarilla and Anarch, free. Otherwise, it gets super political, and your whole way of life kind of goes down the shitter. Luckily...
I just want to make me pies, really.
And we really wouldn't want anything other than that.
Char just wants to make her dang pies.
Made out of people's organs.
I say there's no vampires, but once in a while, a vampire might come, and you might allow them. But for the most part, you spend a lot of time keeping out the Camarilla and the Anarchs. Anytime that somebody rises to power, they get sent away. No, instead, Salmon Arm's feeding styles usually come from teens from Calgary wanting to live in the big city, so they're driving through, and oops, they went missing. Who really would care about that?
Well, who really cares anyway?
Truckers napping in the truck stops, and maybe someone sneaks in, takes a little bite and leaves, or you know, any number of missing people from outside of the city that just don't ever make it back.
Allegedly missing people.
But you know, Salmon Arm's not like a podunk. They got 2 theaters, one of them historical. They have Roots and Blues Festival that occurs once in a while. They have rallies of various cars smashing into each other, and 2 malls, one of them still being used. There's a beautiful lake on the edge of the city, and several industrial zones and buildings and private homes and stuff throughout the woods. It's quite nice, to be honest.
Yeah.
But in the world of darkness, we need to make it sad. So the humdrum mediocrity of living in the city just creates a melancholy that permeates throughout everybody. And to compete with that, the nightlife is existent, which is surprising for Salmon Arm. I'll be honest. There's a few clubs. There's a goth scene. There's
a goth scene in Salmon Arm?
People
Wow.
are super depressed.
Yeah. I made a character specifically with that in mind. You're welcome, Salmon Arm goth scene.
People entertain themselves with myths and legends, local celebrities, pie, everything you could ever want from a small town. Yeah. So, since I had plans of having like Elysium meetings and stuff like this for the game, but y'all made like blood goblins that don't hang out with anybody.
True.
So what we're gonna do is similar to the one-off we did for Month of Spoops. I have this D10, and I'm going to roll it and divide by 2, and that will determine who we visit first in our vampire coterie.
Bum, bum, bum.
Okay.
Much like
Cool.
the Vancouver game, if y'all have any yellow cards, red cards, throw them at me, tell me to stop.
Cool.
I'll stop at any time.
You're decked out in my merch, and it makes me happy.
I have so much drinking and screaming stuff on right now, guys. Also, be forewarned, I have a couple ideas in my mind that we can do, but nothing really solid. So
Yay!
All right,
For the kids.
it's for the kids. Maybe this will become something bigger if it doesn't flop. All right, I'm rolling this D10. It's a 1. What's 1 divided by 2, guys?
9.
Oh, no. So it's Shar.
It's me.
Yes. We're driving down Salmon Arm, you know.
Should I explain who I am?
We will.
Oh, okay.
Don't
sorry.
worry.
Okay, go ahead.
We're driving down Salmon Arm. It's getting late. Sun's down. We see on the left of us a Subway, one of 2. We see on the right of us a bank. Is that KFC? No, it closed. We take a right turn because we know for a fact that in the city of Salmon Arm there is a delicious pie shop well known for their types of pies that people would eat on any given day.
Insert pie here.
Insert pie here. This is actually, by the way, based on a real pie shop that exists in Salmon Arm and makes some great ass pies.
Yeah, I don't know their name. Otherwise, I would.
Pimp them
I
out.
would say they're great.
Otherwise, you would hawk some pie.
Last Christmas, we got pie from them, and it was amazing.
We zoom in on this cozy little pie shop with a hostel on top. It's a little run down, a little spooky, but that's just the aesthetic they like to go for in this pie shop. We see a couple walking out with a bag of hot pies, and as the doors jingling open, we step inside to see.
Well, it's me. It's Amelia. Hello, everybody. I've been working at my pie shop for quite a long time. It's my life's ambition to have the best pie shop in all of Salmon Arm, which I feel I'm very close to executing. During the day, my shop is still open, run by, of course, my orphan boy, Paul, who's just the best shop helper one could ever ask for. But for those of you who want to know my powers, I am a Tremere, so I have Auspex, Dominate, and Blood Sorcery disciplines. And I made myself quite opposite of Morgan, so it's more talking and trying to be charming and whatnot.
What?
And I'm 235 years old.
Ooh, quite old.
I have 2 curly buns on the top of my head. I like to wear rustic style dresses, always with a Toda gin in my back pocket for anyone who comes in needing some uplifting.
This sounds just like the pie shop we went to. So your little protege is scooting around, getting supplies ready, grinding up some meat to put in the fridge for tomorrow. And yeah, what are you doing? Just scooting around making some pies?
Yes, I'm hard at work after, finding my latest batch of ingredients. And when I say ingredients, I'm literally chopping human hearts on the counting board. Because I just realized my character sheet didn't print. I filled out a PDF, but then it filled the circles, but didn't write what my things are. I'm really sad. But I think it's called organism. Where I don't drink blood. I get my blood from...
Oh, an organivore.
Yes, that's it. I am that. And I can eat food, so I do eat my pies.
Sam. Do you want to give me a rouse check since you probably woke up...
Not too long ago?
Yeah, in the back
true.
of your pie shop.
That's a 4.
I was kind of hoping I didn't have to do this voice.
Hello there, lovey. I might not be here in person, but, them pies are looking quite good. Maybe you should just, make one of that little orphan boy of yours.
Oh, she like tears up a bit and like brushes it aside so that Paul doesn't see. And just keeps working away at her pies, and her heart beats a bit stronger.
That was my best.
Or it doesn't beat at all, but if she did have a heart, it would beat stronger.
That was my best Jonathan Deep
Yeah, that was a good Jonathan Deep impersonation.
impression.
We're not even trying here, folks.
Yeah, so you're like scooting around, making some pies and stuff, and
One of my goals. Is Paul in the room?
yeah, he's helping, prepping stuff.
Okay. How's your schoolwork been going, Paul?
Oh,
Keep going. It's great.
I've been trying my best, but Canada's system is a lot better than anywhere else, so it's very hard to learn good. When I've been so used to getting straight A's elsewhere, ma'am, and I'm getting only C minuses now.
Well, C minus is a C minus. That's nothing to turn your nose up at.
I feel like the life skills that you teach me in this shop are going to get me further than any sort of education through the system will ever get me.
And that's what I tell you. Don't you worry about school, darling, because fuck that shit. And you'll take over my shop when someone stakes me in the heart, won't you?
I can only be so hopeful.
Have you, did you spread the word to those two that walked out about the haunted upstairs?
Oh, I did, Mum. I told them all the gruesome murders and deaths that have happened in this shop and how the ghosts linger around and how if you stay one night in here, you'll go crazy, you will.
Excellent, good. Because that's how we get on all the TripAdvisors.
Yes. I remember having to write that description for you.
I can't. This try not to laugh challenge. I can't.
Thank you very much, darling. I know that I can always count on you.
All right. Do you want me to go back to the bodies and start harvesting some more?
Yes, please. I have much to chop. Don't forget to turn our sign around while I'm doing this activity.
Oh, no. He goes to the front, flips the sign around. Just as he's about to finish flipping, you hear a ding, 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 and as he's pushed out of the way.
Shove the heart onto the floor. Hello, how are you? Who is it?
A rather slender, gaunt-looking woman walks through the door. She's relatively tall, has long black hair flowing down her back, and her clothes are sort of white and ragged a bit. And she walks in and she says, this must be the famous Salmon Arm pie shop of some name.
Of what name we can't remember. Well, that's right. You've come just to the place. Unfortunately, we're about to close, but I can get you something to go.
That would be quite good.
I want to scry the soul.
All right, go ahead and scry that soul.
I have to look it up. I don't know what I'm doing.
Let me look up my Hey, look, scry the soul from... so your int and auspex versus her composure and subterfuge.
Int and auspex.
Oh, hello. Hello, lady.
2 successes.
There's something off about her, but you can't quite figure it out. There's an aura there, but you're not too sure what it is.
Okay. Can't put a finger on her.
Can't put a finger on it. I mean,
right.
Once in a while, someone will walk through your door that's different, and it happens in Salmon Arm, you know? Anyway, she walks up and she said, yes,
Are we thirsty? Are we hungry? What can I get for you?
do you do bulk orders?
I can take an order in advance for some bulk pies, of course. We do catering for all our small town weddings that come through. Thanksgiving's a very busy time for us. What time of year is it right now?
Now it's It's the election has just been
Thanksgiving
called.
just passed. Okay. Yeah, so we're in the perfect slot before Christmas starts up again. So now's the time, darling.
Excellent. We're having a get together this week, and I need someone to bring your delicious pies. We've heard so many things about them.
Right, what you want? You want some chicken pot pie? You want some lamb mutton, a veggie pie? I've got my fruit dessert pies, fruit pies, cherry pie, peach pie. I'm trying to be very charming.
Do you want to specifically charm them? Actually, you give me a composure and subterfuge.
Ooh. Subterfuge. I don't have that. That is one success.
She kind of like stands there looking at you for a bit, and she says, there's a rumor about this place, something that draws people to it, and it's not just the ghosts. And we had sort of a craving, if you will, and we're interested in trying this rumor, if you know what I mean.
Ah, one of them. You're looking for a special menu. And then I take out a little business card sized menu slot that comes out of a stash I have behind the counter, and I slide it over to her.
Does it have
It has haunted menu items.
Ooh.
That there are 2 on there that are real. I think I have blood pudding and kidney and liver pie, and those are the only ones that are actual human pies, and then the rest are just
scary.
yeah, crimson cocktail or whatever.
She'll look at the list.
I'll
And
be number 1 on TripAdvisor right there.
Interesting. Well, our gathering is in 3 days. Would you be able to make 20 of these 2 special ones by then?
20. Well, in 3 days, I can have if you pay a rush fee, I'll get it done for you, darling.
No problem. Do you take Visa?
Of course. And I pass a little card reader over.
She pulls out a card and beeps it, and she says, "Okay, someone will come by in 3 days to pick them up."
20 of each, right?
Yes.
That's what I charge. Okay, good. That's what I charge for. Just want to make sure.
Thank you. And then she kind of sways out. What's Polly? What's his name again?
Paul, yeah.
Paul's kind of he holds the door open for her and he's kind of shoved up against it. And then we'll close it and flip the sign and lock it and says, "Oh, she was quite an odd one, wasn't she?"
I couldn't get quite a read on her. But lots of good business for us. Our TripAdvisor is working.
Those Yelp reviews really helped. Do you want to do?
I'm gonna have to go out hunting now. I don't have enough
Ooh.
fucking anything.
Enough special parts for this?
Do we have anyone in my hostel right now?
Yeah, it's close enough to Halloween that a family they ordered to stay, but they didn't want to catch the Halloween rush, so they stayed after Halloween when the buzz is kind of down a little bit. So there's a couple staying up there with one kid.
Oh no, I don't go after families. And then I just I guess I'll leave for the day. And I'll make sure Paul, you're on chopping duty for what we have. We have big orders coming in. Make sure you get all our kidney and liver chopped.
Oh boy. I'll chop them up real good then.
I'll be out for a few hours and I'll leave to go find some victims.
Ooh. All right, we're gonna roll to see who we zoom in on next. Ooh, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Haley.
Bum, bum, bum.
Ooh.
Dun dun dun.
So we fly.
This
through
is so fun.
We fly through the door as definitely not Miss Lovett leaves her pie shop to
It's
go.
Amelia. My name is
Miss
Amelia.
Amelia.
Sure.
And we zoom out far, and much like a crow flies, we make our way into the surrounding woods of the city, passing through lumber mills and industrial parks and so many biker bars. Just fucking more biker bars than any any big city would need at any point. And we continue deeper into the woods until it gets dark and mossy, and all those scary wood noises start happening, like coyotes. Cricket, 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 cricket. Who indeed? Who indeed rests within the woods?
You found who this?
And we come across a small isolated hut. Why don't you describe you and your hut?
Oh, I don't know if I can do this voice, y'all. You see, Mother Zasha. She's a small, hunched figure of an old lady. Like most Nosferatu, she has pale graying skin and pointed ears and an entire mouthful of yellowing fangs. Her eyes peer out from wrinkled hoods of eyelids, and she has pale and milky-looking eyeballs, as though she has a bad case of cataracts. There's not a lot of hair on her balding scalp, but what's
Very
left is
good.
wiry and white and gray, sticking out seemingly at random. She's in a big, out-of-date black set of robes. And she's currently sitting in front of a little wooden table that has a tiny little cauldron and a couple of little assorted vials with very strange liquids in them.
As you're concocting your various poultices, poultici, a large lumpy gray cat jumps onto your legs, quite heavy when it lands on you, and it starts purring as it rubs up against you.
Grimalkin, darling, have you caught any of those rats yet? Oh, you're such a good boy.
You can see like a bit of blood around its mouth, and looking around, sure enough, you see like two halves of mouse behind you.
Oh, perfect. She'll pick up the tail half and whip out a butcher's knife, snap off the tail, and stick it in her cauldron.
Nice, very good. I love it.
We could be best buddies.
They're perfect.
We could be best buddies. Would you like to make a
Just
potion?
you and me. What are they gonna do? Like with knives.
You should get a buddy.
It's a rather peaceful night, just the way you like it. The horrifying sounds of the woods in isolation are calming to you.
Oh, music to the ears.
At about let's say like 2 a.m, as you're about to wind down, you hear on your door a hard but respectable knock. Just go do do do.
Oh, Grim, who could that be? We do not get visitors out here very often. She'll kind of hunch up her robes and hop up. She like very kind of gnarled over. She'll hobble to the door and very just crack it open and stick one eyeball out the crack.
You see, the first thing you see is just like a wall of fur, and you look up a bit higher and you see a familiar figure. The person you are looking at is a Geru named Natalie, and she is one of the Shawapam tribe members. She's one of the hunters
of the indigenous tribe around here.
Oh, cool.
She's actually your point of contact for basically the tribe that allows you to stay on this land as long as you like prevent more vampires from showing up. And she's currently in the middle form where she's furry but not a werewolf. Steve?
Krinos.
Krinos.
I was like, it's not lupus.
She's currently in Krinos form, and she has over her shoulder a large elk that she's just kind of like one-arming. And she looks down and she says, Zasha, I have bad news.
Oh, Natalie, hold on. Come in, darling. I've got the fire on. It will be good for your fur.
She kind of like takes the elk and puts it on a big hook in front of your hut for like drying meats and, I don't know, putting horrifying things on. And she kind of like ducks underneath. She's very tall.
Shuffle back and...
All right. And she goes and she like sits down next to the fire, kind of like uncomfortably large still. Just looking around.
Zasha will shuffle over, settle down into her nice big armchair. Oh, what has been going on, Natalie?
Today my siblings went into the city for supplies, and they informed me of some upsetting news.
Oh, is it the children again? Have they been throwing things at you? They do that to me sometimes, but it is just because they are little idiots.
No, it's not. It's not the children. They're fine. Don't worry about them.
Okay.
They informed me that the city has been gaining a smell.
Yes, well, it does not smell good at most of times, but...
She gets a little bit more serious and she looks at you and she says, I think you know what I mean.
You think my kind have come here?
I believe so. We had one deal when your kind moved in, that as long as the worm does not make a home of the city, we would allow some of you, much like spiders in your home, detract mosquitoes.
Oh, darling, if there are more mosquitoes, as you say, Mother Zasha will gladly feed.
Gross. I tell you this because while you and I have a truce, some of the tribe have been looking for an excuse to remove the few of you that are allowed to live in the city and outside of it.
That would be very upsetting. This is such a lovely, dark, scary forest to live at the edge at.
I mean, I don't... It seems fine to me, but whatever gets you going. I tell you this as a friend, and I fear that the next time I come back, if the stench hasn't been removed, I might be back as a weapon.
Oh, well, I guess that means it is time for me to take a walk into town. Perhaps I will talk to some of the other spiders, as you called us.
Very well. And you see your cat, Grimalkin, like curled up in a corner, kind of like hissing at Natalie.
Oh, Grim, you know Natalie. It is okay. Oh, he's always so fussy.
Yeah, house pets don't like me.
Oh, I know, dear. It is okay. Most of them do not like me either.
It's kind of some sort of bond or bound or something going on there. Natalie like gets up and there's like a loud creak as the chair she was sitting on kind of like is struggling to get her up. And she goes up to the door and she says, I wish you the best of luck. And she grabs the elk and sort of like starts walking back into the woods.
Zasha will just give a nice little wave. And then kind of excitedly go back to her table and pick up her butcher's knife. Well, Grim, I will be late home tonight. And she's going to creep away into the postern in the back of her home that leads into her well.
Very good. I like it.
You're going down a well?
Going down a well.
Oh, man.
Does it like go into the is there a secret passage into the city from there?
It connects to the sewers eventually.
Nice. Very good. Very Nosferatu. I like
Very, very nausea.
Yeah.
it. All right, I'm gonna roll to see who we go to next. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's Steve. All right.
Great.
We watch as Mother Zasha crawls into her sewer tunnel, and we get whipped back out of the forest, through the city again, out onto the just a crow flies by, and we are pulled to the.
I don't know why a kookaburra was there. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what it is. Just all the birds.
Blah.
And we are brought to a park just on the side of the lake with it's where the large dock is. They have fishing tournaments. This is where the rich people keep their boats and such like that. And standing in the middle of the park on a stage with several chairs in front of him and only about 3 or 4 individuals sitting in the chairs is Nicholas Coppola.
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 Nicholas Coppola, man.
Giving a performance. Why don't you describe your character, Steve?
He's kind of a tall, lean character. He's got kind of like a crow's foot thing on his head.
Nice.
Kind of not super thick hair, and he's known somewhat.
Just a bit, just a tad, I would
A little
say.
bit. His face off. He's known. His face.
There is legend that Nicholas tried to steal some sort of like famous document or something in America.
Oh yeah.
But it's not. It's rumor. People like to make up
It
rumors.
was over here, and then we wanted to move it over here.
Are you doing this on stage?
Yeah.
He's really good at the alphabet, I hear.
Yeah.
1 A B C D E F G.
There's a man in the audience with like a camera sitting next to him, and he's kind of like raising his hand for you to stop.
But what? There's no questions. There's no. I'm acting here.
I understand that, Nicholas, and I appreciate that you've self-funded this movie and are having us film it on stage as some sort of conceptual theater performance and through movie. I just don't understand. You hired me to be the director and give criticism.
Working with amateurs here.
I'm just.
What's wrong with you?
You've made me very scared to give any sort of constructive criticism. I'm just wondering, in a situation like this where I need to, am I allowed to?
What? What do you want? Do you have to go to the washroom?
No, I'm just, it's about the performance. I just don't understand if you're angry or happy or sad or all at the same time. Your
It's
emotions
all of them.
Oh,
Come on.
okay.
What's wrong with you?
Also, when did the scene start? You seem to just be saying random lines from other movies you've been in.
What do you mean?
It's just we never gave us a script, sir.
I emailed everybody the script, okay?
It was just gibberish, sir. A lot of it said I'll improvise this line, and I'm just wondering if we're in the scene. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You know what? Forget it. You're fired.
Okay.
You're fired. Get out.
Thank you. And he sort of like starts walking away, and then one of the other guys in the chairs like replaces him, and he's like, "Okay, I guess I'm the director now."
Yeah.
Was our deal?
We're gonna take it from the top, okay?
Okay.
Take everything from the top.
All right, and rolling. Click.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. What do you want?
Oh no, I was agreeing with. Oh God, I was agreeing with you. It was a good performance. Or wait, no, I'm sorry. Is this the scene? Oh God, did I just interrupt the scene?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, no.
I'm working with amateurs.
Oh no.
You're fired too. Get out.
Okay, thank you. And he walks away. The final person walks up and he says, I was lighting. I don't know how to run this thing.
There's a little button on the side of the camera. You hit the button and it records.
If anything, it's still recording.
He clicks. Okay, I think it's recording now.
You think or you know?
Presses the button again. It's recording now.
You're fired. Get out.
Okay, thank you, sir. He leaves as well. And you stand now alone on the stage.
Unbelievable. Fucking amateurs.
It's like looking from the outside in. What is going on?
You get so angry that your skin could just burn.
Just fucking.
You notice.
All I want is people to do what I fucking tell them to do.
You see two women walking together in the park, sort of like turn and look at you and be like, "Is this us? What?"
No. Were you working for me? You're fired
No.
too. Get out.
Can't fire us. We don't work for you.
You don't. You do now. Also, you're fired. Get out.
One woman turns to the other one and says, "I told you this town fucking sucks. We should have never moved here." Who are you?
You don't know who I am?
You seem to be doing some sort of performance art in the middle of a park alone.
There's a camera. Clearly, I'm acting in front of the camera.
Oh yeah. Are you making a movie?
No, I'm just performing. Just doing whatever I feel like. Just pay no attention to the camera. The camera's not even there. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Kind of whispers. Yeah, I kind of like it. It's kind of like a edgy vibe that don't really understand it, and he seems to just be randomly saying stuff for no reason. Hey, do you do shows?
I don't do shows. I'm a movie star, damn it.
Do you do, like, can we hire you?
How much do you have?
Enough to pay an actor that's alone in a park performing by himself.
Numbers. I need numbers here.
Give me a composer and subterfuge.
I have to see what I got for this character.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, that's an interesting dice pool.
Ooh.
Oh, jack and shit. That would be 0 successes.
How much would Nicholas work for?
He probably wouldn't have a day rate below like 1,000.
We'll pay you $1,200 to show up to an event we got in 3 days and do just whatever you're doing right now.
Well, what's the event?
It's a family gathering. A bunch of us are new in town, and we've got family in and around the area, and we're just, gathering for shits and giggles.
Okay, go on. Where am I supposed to go? What are my lines? What do you want me to do?
Do you know where like the rodeo thing happens?
No.
Well, it's like where we are, then the city, exactly on the other side of this tiny little city, is where the rodeo happens. We rented out that whole area for our gathering, and you'll have a stage and shit. People will be there to listen to you do this.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Lines?
I mean, sounds like you got them.
Okay. So 3 days.
3 days.
3 days.
Rodeo. Everything you've got right here, we want, and we'll give you money for it.
Okay.
Cool. All right. We'll see you then. Bring just all of this.
Right.
And they walk away. You kind of see them like snicker a little bit, and then they just keep walking.
It's random.
And you notice that looking at the camera, you notice it's been filming since the second click.
Idiots.
And with that, we're going to zoom back out, and we're going to go to one of the last remaining people. Now, 5 or below will be Joe. 6 or above will be Rose, I believe. 6
Like a
or
rouse
above.
check.
Yeah. So I didn't get hungry, so we're gonna go to Rose. All right,
Quick costume change.
nice.
Literally.
Much like a a teen movie, just a Sum 41 style band starts playing, and we find 3 kind of like gothy dressed, but almost like that. I went to Hot Topic and found a few black shirts that I really liked, and like this mesh looks nice on my legs. Got some beers, and they're like walking into the woods. There's 2 guys and a girl, and they look kind of sloshed, and they're like walking into the woods, and the girl's like, "Oh no, they say that if you walk in like at night around this time, she'll show up," and she's like real fucking scary. And it's like, it's so cool. Like I read a bunch of these like books about her and stuff like that. Yeah, like she's totally real and legit, y'all. Why don't you go ahead and describe your character for us, Rose? Not the person I was voicing. That was a different person. You're the person they're talking about.
So she's the first one to die in a horror film. No. So I'm playing Val, but what the girl is referring to is the feeder of the fog, which is something of her own creation. Val is a Tremere, and she's actually, I'm thinking she's actually one of the youngest members of the vampires here that we're playing as today.
Most definitely.
Yeah. So aspects, obfuscate, blood, sorcery. She's also got points in dominate as well, because she really just like her like creation was something out of a horror film as well. It doesn't help that she was born on the day that Halloween was released. Anyways. Yeah, no, sorry, I have a list of distinguishing features. So obviously bright red hair. It's one of her distinguishing features. She usually tends to be surrounded by fog, which is part of her myth that she has long, slender fingers, and allegedly has a voice that can put the liveliest man to sleep, they say.
Ooh. Interesting.
Yeah, she's not attractive, but she ain't ugly. But yeah, and she usually tends to be in earth tones. Usually, she's like her own version of a boogeyman or Jeepers Creepers or one of the few different horror films out there that I'm just like was brave enough to watch on my own. So,
so we see this figure sort of just like standing menacingly or just calmly.
It would be like kind of like lit by whatever kind of like moon is in right now, and it's like tons of fog, and it's just hooded.
You see this figure standing, sort of surrounded by trees as we follow these three college students probably, and the one guy's like, "Listen, I don't know what they say about her, but it all sounds fucking made up. Like this place is so damn boring that we got to come up with some urban legend about some chick out in the woods." And as they say that, they're getting slowly surrounded by fog. And they're like, "So what? Like it's cold. We're next to water. Fog's gonna happen. It's nothing." One of the other guys, he's like, "Listen, you guys go ahead. Ooh, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta take a piss." And he goes and he walks. I'll be right back. And he goes off to a tree as his friends walk deeper into the woods, and he, indeed, as he said, starts taking a piss.
All right, one separated from the group. I go for that guy. It's feeding time.
How do you approach?
I am gonna use Cloak of Shadows.
Ooh.
Which, let me just take a look at that really quickly.
I took all your guys' spells and put them in this book. I just...
Oh!
I don't think you
Sweet.
can move with Cloak of Shadows.
Morgan would know.
Well,
here we
if
go.
you can't move, hold on.
Yeah, you can't move.
Okay, in that case then.
I think you have another one, don't you?
If you have Unseen Passage, you can move.
I do believe I do. I just didn't write down on the sheet for some reason, or did I have to pick between the two?
Unseen Passage is the next level above.
Yeah, I would say that you would have it.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
give me a rouse check.
Cool.
I also didn't get everyone else to give me a rouse check, but that's fine.
Yeah,
listen.
I did. What the hell?
Your scene was earlier in the day.
Ooh, I grow hungrier.
Rose, I
Ooh.
put something in the chat too for like if you're looking up disciplines and such.
Oh,
Ooh,
okay.
sick. You hear in your mind just like this. It almost sounds like a soft screaming at first, and it's filled slowly with just like echoes of these lost souls in your mind screaming within your head, and you feel this pressure to feed from the screams.
Yeah, working on it.
And this man is just taking a leak as you disappear behind him. He's whistling a copyrighted song that I can't sing.
I'm gonna do the whole like creepy grab from behind, stifle his mouth. I'm basically gonna just like grapple, basically.
Nice. Give me a strength and brawl. Wow, yours is pretty high.
Yeah,
And
it
this,
is.
and this is a human.
An unsuspecting human, nonetheless. Ooh, 5 successes.
Nice. So we just see this man's face nonchalantly looking at the camera, and then in a red flash, a long gnarled hand reaches around his mouth, and he goes and gets pulled out of frame. We hear off in the distance, "Hey, Mark, you done yet? I think we found her. Oh no, it's just a tree." How much of Mark do you eat?
All of them.
You just devour him?
Well, I want to have enough in there that he's like just breathing his last thing, and I'm gonna drag him out behind me just to make my grand entrance for those two idiots.
Nice. So you clear that hunger that you just got.
Sweet. I'm
as
full.
Mark is like just on the brink of death, and you hear the girl like, "Mark, where'd you go? This is getting serious."
Mark,
Mark,
I'm gonna go skinny dip right over here.
Mark, I've got this blunt. We have to hit it.
Oh my god. Yes.
Okay, Mark. As
Sure enough,
comes up.
Nancy and Troy start hitting that blunt.
Yeah.
Nancy
I'm just
and Steve.
Oh my god.
No, I wanted to do not. I was thinking Nancy from Nightmare on Elm Street and not the one from Stranger Things.
Well, that's exactly what the Stranger Things producers thought.
Dang it. So how are you going to shock Nancy and Troy with Mark?
I'm just gonna walk towards them. Yeah, not hidden. I'm just gonna drag also Mark with me as well.
Okay, so
Just
they're like
by his leg.
they're hitting that dank blunt in the fog as out of the thick pea soup fog that I remember from Scooby-Doo one time, we see this red figure dragging behind her a unconscious Mark. The two drunk college students scream, and Nancy's like, "I told you she was real, Mark, no!" And they go running into the woods in the wrong direction, and deeper into the woods.
Ah, I love it when they run. I chase after them.
Nice. They split
We're gonna go
up.
after for Chicky Poo.
All right, sounds good. Do you have any abilities, or are you just like versed in this surrounding area?
I'm just really versed in this area, actually. Let's see.
Let's go with
I
Dex
think-
and
yeah.
let's say, are you gonna do it stealthfully
Yeah.
so that you just appear next
Oh,
to her?
Fuck yeah, I am.
Dex and stealth.
Yes, and that's even better than my Dex and Brawl.
I'm gonna roll because I want to do a trope, but I'm gonna let the dice decide if the trope happens.
Oh wait. Okay.
Okay, the trope is gonna happen.
Okay. And this one is another 5 successes.
Nice. So you're just you're like bolting through the woods, and you catch up to Nancy, and she hears a crack behind you as you decisively step on a branch, and just as she's turning around, her foot gets caught in a large root of a tree, and she face plants into the dirt. And just as she's looking up, you're standing right in front of her, and she looks up and sees your visage. And she goes, "Ah!"
I grab her by the throat and lift her up.
Nice. So you lift her up by one arm.
Mark says hi, and I stick my teeth in her.
All right. How much do you take?
Enough for the wolves. So, like, I'm gonna leave her a little bit alive for the wolves.
Oof.
F in
Dark.
the chat for Nancy.
Sorry about it.
I'm going to say that even though you're not killing them, rules be damned, you've eaten almost two entire college students. So I'm going to say that you're now not hungry.
Okay.
And as you are draining her and you kind of like flop her to the ground, you see out of her jacket pocket falls a pamphlet that on the cover says Gathering of the Sisters. And then what day is it? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, November. Wait. 10th. No, 9th. Monday, November 9th.
I look at it.
It seems to be a pamphlet directed at what they refer to as family. It says that a few of them have moved into town, and they're just meeting up. They want to meet up and get a chance to meet the other sisters in town.
What do they mean by sisters? I mean, I can do like an occult check.
Sure. Give me an intelligence and occult.
Okay. She's a real geek for this, so. Also, do I sound like a very disinterested teenager? I've kind of been watching them for a few weeks.
I love my summer camp, guys. I'm glad that nobody has died at this summer camp since last time that we all gathered at this exact time.
This is 4.
4 successes. It's sort of vague. It seems to be targeted towards like disenfranchised women or like angsty teens and shit like that. And it's basically saying that like stuff like if you've lost direction in your life, come and meet the family, and we're gonna all basically make everything nice and great again. There's a few things in a cult that you can imagine that this might be referring to. For instance, like if it's Garu that are gathering, it's the Black Furies, possibly. Other, like, it could be wraiths, you're not too sure. If it's kindred, you remember there being like an old bloodline of that just made women childers, but yeah, it's really vague, but you have ideas of what it could possibly be.
I'll hang on to this. Let's look for Troy.
All right, give me a let's say, give me an int and survival as you're trying to find like tracks of him.
Okay. Oh, this one's 3.
Let me see how good he does at his avoiding you. All right, so it takes a little bit. It seems that once he calmed down and he kind of got his footing, he started heading back out of the woods, and you get to the point where there's like a baseball park or a baseball diamond, as sports people I think call it, and he's sort of like baseball park, and you see him like running across the diamond into like the dugout.
Are there baseball bats?
You haven't been around this area in a while, so potentially there could be.
Okay, I look for a lying like branch, or any kind of big branch I can hit him with.
All right,
He knows too much.
Cool. So you, as on your way over to the diamond, you pick up a branch at the edge of the tree. That's pretty hefty. You got some girth to it, and you just head on over to him.
Yeah, but I'm also gonna stealth that shit
All right.
because it's in the wide open. He's probably on lookout, on guard and shit.
Cool. Give me another dex and stealth.
All right. Love the sound of all those dice. 6.
Jesus Christ.
I'm really digging into this, so. Trash is wrestling, Val is all horror. I like it.
So you see, you just like metaphorically disappear into the darkness, and you catch up to Troy, who's holding a baseball bat now and kind of like stalking around. And he's like, "I'm gonna get you. You kill my friends, I'm gonna kill you." Not being very sneaky at all, and you can basically get the jump on him as much as you want.
Yeah, so I'm gonna find a spot sort of behind him-ish, where I could snag him.
All right.
And I'm gonna go punt his head off of his body, basically.
Gonna punch his head off?
Like punt, like, baseball.
Okay, okay, cool.
And if it works, I have a line to say before it goes through.
Sounds good. Give me a strength and melee.
Oh boy. Not as good, but we'll see.
Dex and melee, I guess. Baseball's all about precision and hitting the ball at the right angle.
No, never mind. Either way, it's the same. Okay. Good thing I put points in that. Shit. Oh, sweet. 3 successes.
Nice. So you smack Troy pretty good. It's not enough to make his head go flying off, but you hear a deafening as you hit him in the side of the head. And he drops the baseball bat and goes limp.
I was going to say, before I swing, she yells out, "Batter up!"
He turns around just in time to see a flash of red and a tree trunk hit him in the side of the head. And yeah, just breaks his neck, falls down into a slump on the ground.
Squat down, look down at him. I'm not going to feed on him, just be like, "Aw, 3 strikes, you're out."
It's a good thing the audience is here to see it, because Val's just saying lines to nothing.
She's kind of lost it when she's been on her own this long.
That's good. I like that. We'll cut to the next morning when the parents are like, Where'd our kids go? We gotta find our kids. Those dang teens walking off into the woods going missing.
No, one's not in the woods anymore.
It's like
yeah,
Tom and Roseanne Arnold from the Nightmare on Elm Street movies.
just like you've done this several times, and every time it gets blamed on like bears or cougars or something. Your legend still retains that like nobody who's seen you has ever survived, but the society that doesn't want to acknowledge your actual existence just chalks it up to animals in the woods eating teens that get drunk and wander in. All right, we now zoom in a bit deeper into the woods, but not the gross kind, not the gross woods. We actually, as we're going through the woods, find a beautiful paved road, and we hook a left and follow the road up into the mountainside, and we see just the lights of a giant building with a fence around it, and we go further in to see a extremely weirdly placed building. Definitely something you would see if someone was like, I don't know, drug kingpin, or like definitely stole some labor so hard that they now just set up on the outskirts of Salmon Arm with this beautiful house. And we see Joe's character at their writing table. Would you like to describe yourself, Joe?
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je m'appelle Paul Victor Duc de Gramont.
I'm so glad I got that entire name on the actual overlay.
Yeah, looks good.
I am a toreador. I like my things very, very beautiful. And I am still a duke. I do not care what they say. I am still the duke. And I am here to be loved and to write about love and to share the love.
Are you writing in like a laptop, or do you write on like paper?
I write on a typewriter. It's like a very, very old school typewriter, and I'm, typing on that, and I have my my minions to do my web work.
Sure enough. So as you're typing along, you're getting really into the latest story that you're writing, and you've got this huge stack of like finished papers and stuff, and you go to reach over, and there's no more paper on the left of you.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? What is this? Why is there no more paper left? George?
A really like squirrely looking, but like I imagine you get them to dress nice so that it's nice to look at.
Of course.
What is the problem, monsieur?
George, why have I run out of paper?
I don't know. It wasn't my job to get more. I can check to see if we have any supplies, but I think we might be all out.
George, I am losing my muse. You need to go and get me more paper now.
I don't think there's any place that's open right now, and he kind of like steps back a little bit.
George?
I don't know if there's any place.
You know I love you, George, but you need to get me more paper right now.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go get
your Amazon thing, or your Staples thing, or your like 24-hour convenience store thing. This is like what do they call it down in they call it like a 7-Eleven or something. Paper.
I don't know.
Need some paper to put in this thing.
I don't know if Salmon Arm has a 7-Eleven.
I don't know if it's 7-Eleven
Of
would have
all
paper.
things it doesn't has.
I don't know if it does. I think one of them burned down a while ago.
He just comes back with like a stack of wrappings for like bagels from Tim Hortons.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Oh.
And he like scurries off, grabbing his keys, and starts driving. What do you do now that you've been interrupted?
Well, I'm going to go and walk through my abode and make my way over to the library, where I'm sure that one of my various horde might be sitting and lounging and passing the time.
Okay. Yeah, there's a few people just like hanging out, studying, and a few of them like wave as you walk in.
Hello. Who would like to join me today?
A few of them like get up and they kind of like shove each other, like not in like it's your turn, but like it's my turn kind of thing. Like they want to be you did it last time. It's my turn. And like a very attractive man stands up wearing like business casual outfit and like a long what are those the thing Char's wearing? What is that?
A cardigan?
Yeah, big long cardigan. And he's like, "I would be my pleasure."
Well, come sit down next to me and tell me about your day. Tell me how your day has been. Tell me a story.
He goes into this long explanation of just like various business acquisitions that he's been interested in. He's like sipping a whiskey as he's explaining to you. He's like, yeah, the humdrum and the busyness of the city really blocks out the mental acuity to acquire the right businesses, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yes, of course. What else did you acquire today? Did you acquire any lovely watches or any lovely suits or anything else that would be pretty?
Oh, my.
I've heard rumors of a few people coming into town that might have such items. I'm sure some of my acquaintances could go acquire it for you. There's been rumors around town recently, but I'm sure it's nothing to be worried about.
Oh, please tell me a story. George has run off because I ran out of paper because he didn't get it for me, so I need something to keep me occupied. I need to keep the muse going.
Well, we talked to a couple of Geru that came by, but they won't be a problem. They say that the city stinks, which we can't have. But they mentioned new residents in town, all similar appearance and presence, very unappealing and wet.
Filth. What do we know what they are? Who they are at all?
I mean, some of our experts. No, it's stupid. It wouldn't be.
No. Please do tell me.
Not to. Have you heard of the Ahrimaeans?
So, please repeat.
One sec. The Ahrimaeans?
Aramaeans?
Yes. Do you want to give me an intelligence and occult to see if you would recognize this? Does Steve know what this is? Out of character?
I don't.
Steve does know what this is out of character.
Ooh.
Nicholas probably doesn't have a fucking clue.
4 successes.
Through context and talking with him, you were reminded of several old bloodlines that have sort of merged into new bloodlines, and you remember this old mention of a Geru bloodline that used to be all women, and through discussion with this one of your ghouls, it kind of seems like that it's rumored that it might be that, although he thinks it's stupid, and anybody who says that it's that is clearly going mad.
This is very interesting. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Will you stay here for a moment?
Of course.
Can I check my library to see if I have any more information?
Sure. Probably say like another intelligence and occult then.
All right.
Also, this man's very hot in my mind.
Ooh.
And he's just sipping his whiskey all casual.
Does he have a pinstripe suit on?
No, it's business casual with a cardigan over top.
Oh, right. Sorry. I thought that was a different man.
So half naked with a cardigan on it. Gotcha.
Yeah. Dick all out.
So I have a crit in addition to 4 successes.
Jesus. Yeah, you find an old book that you've collected about the like antiquated bloodlines that have gone either extinct or so low that they no longer are worth mentioning. And sure enough, you find this bloodline, which again only chooses female childers, and it was thought that they had went extinct and or just became modern day gangrels. And through some sussing and stuff, you think that they might be trying to use Salmon Arm to like either build a new foothold for themselves or maybe to like gather a bit of strength, maybe make a new appearance.
Okay, so I put the book back, and I walk back over to my gentleman friend, and I say, "This is very interesting information. Thank you very much for giving this to me." Now, and I kind of stroke him. Shall we play?
Of course. And he like downs the rest of his whiskey.
Excellent. And blood potence 2, I am at hunger 2, and I would like to bring that down. I can't, can I?
Steve? Can you go lower than your blood potence? Or do you have to devour the person?
Believe he can.
Let's just say you can. He'll offer up
I
enough that
didn't
you
know
need.
that.
I've been playing that you can go beneath blood potence with Raz because I didn't read anything about going.
Is this fade to black play, or does he just need to present his wrist?
I think it'll end up being fade to black. I'll just leave it at that and wait for George to bring back my goddamn paper.
George, give me paper. Meanwhile, I'm gonna fuck.
It doesn't say anything in the book about going below like your blood potency in whatever. It just once you hit certain points, like animal blood potency 2, you need twice as much to actually slake one hunger.
Yeah,
So I'll go down to 1.
Cool. You leave him in like a daze, and as you leave the room, sure enough, there's just like stacks upon stacks of paper on your desk, and a note just scrawled that says, "I'm very, very sorry."
Wasted a sheet of paper.
I
know, it's like a notepad.
All right, so I'm going to go and I'm going to sit down and I'm going to start writing. I'm going to start scratching my head because this is obviously bothering Leopold because some filth has come into, his sanctuary of the town. And so he makes a phone call. To his publisher to see if he can get an introduction with any of these people, if maybe the publisher might know somebody.
Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna. Your publisher gets back to you and basically says, "I think I could. Something like this that would be so historic probably would need some sort of documentation of its occurrence in the event that it becomes a thing. I could potentially contact the organizer if I can find something out. Really, I don't have much going on, but give me a day, and I'll contact you again to see if I found anything out."
Excellent. Thank you very much, darling.
How's the latest going?
Well, the vampires are fucking. They are, this is how we write this. This is this is what you want, right? This isn't, unfortunately, this isn't a New York Times bestseller, but it will pay the bills.
It's fair. We did some research and we found that tentacles are apparently selling really well. I don't know if
Jesus.
I'm not going to tell you how to write your book, but if you can get that in somehow.
I was just about to say, is this the book that Raz is reading?
Out of
crossover of a century.
character, I was trying to like push that into this morning story, and I was like, yeah, no, can't do that.
Werewolf vampire tentacle porn.
Yeah,
Oh
Do
my
it.
god. It's better than Twilight.
It is it is definitely
Chat
a love
says
story better than
fantastic.
Twilight.
Yeah, the next. Do you have like a pen name, or do you go by Leopold Victor?
Well, Leopold Victor has sold like 100,000 different whatever copies of books or whatever it is. I don't know what the numbers would actually be. He has since changed his name to
Like initial
Laurel-
last name.
L.K. Hamilton.
Nice. We'll remember that next time Raz goes into the library.
By L.K. Hamilton.
L.K. Not Laurel K. Oh, no. Just L.K.
No. This is different vampire werewolf smut.
Yeah, this is an entirely different universe. So we're gonna cut back to Salmon Arm proper. It's getting about probably about 3 a.m. now, and we see Amelia sort of like hunting a bit. How does Amelia hunt?
Well, generally she likes to just get people like in their sleep in her attic where they stay, the hostel. But she does have a set of silver razors that she can use to injure people as they are walking. And she always keeps her butcher knife with her, but she won't want things to get too messy until she gets them back to her shop.
I'd say for an order like this, you probably know that like your best bet is to go to either the like real hotel and get people that don't actually live in town, or go to like the truck stops and stuff like that. Like find.
Yeah, I'll probably go. That's a good idea. So Amelia will like be in. I think she'd have to drive to get there, so she has like a pickup truck.
Nice.
And she'll drive to a truck stop and park it there, and like go in the men's washroom and like wait for people to come in and
Nice.
have a stack of bodies in the corner that she'll be able to pile into her truck and drive away with.
All right, give me a wits and awareness while in the men's bathroom.
Yeah, I think like her and Val should just hook up or something like that.
I mean, historically, our squad going into bathrooms is a good idea.
Hey, yeah, I did that once. It's fucking.
Remember when we got naked to hide a tablet?
Yeah, that was good. I like that. So you're
Good is
kind of like
kind of a sliding scale in the world of darkness.
you're like sitting there in the bathroom for a while, waiting, sort of like on edge, and then you hear a sort of like a shifting of concrete coming from behind one of the stalls.
I turn around.
And the open door through the stall, you see the toilet kind of like lurch forward. And
Oh
then,
God,
And then
this is Haley's character, isn't it?
and then like behind, because it's the center part and there's a bit of room, it like lurches forward and you see this hand like reach around the wall and kind of like push herself out behind the toilet, and you recognize Mother Yasha, one of the only other kindred in this, well, the big kindreds.
I look at my 2 dead bodies on the floor and then I look back at her. Oh, hello, darling. Haven't seen you for quite some time.
It's been a little while. I see you've been hunting successfully.
Yes, we have a big event in town. Someone ordered 20 of my best pies.
Oh, and she'll climb up. She's gonna activate Uncanny Grip, and she'll like scuttle kind of up the ceiling and then down the wall.
Creepy.
Love it.
I don't know if that's do you have to browse for that or is that free?
Do I? Let's check this fun dog.
For the potence power, I believe, yeah.
Mostly I ask because if I have to do Mother Yasha's sire, I'm going to have a hell of a time with it.
This is a rouse check.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a 7. You're good for now.
All right. Do you want to tell the fine folks at home who Mother Yasha thinks her sire is?
So Mother Zasha grew up in Russia, and one night when she was, unfortunately, your kids leave, your husband dies, you become homeless, as one does.
Same old story.
She was kind of ready to die in the streets. It was a cold night, and she is confident that the Baba Yaga herself found her and changed her into a kindred.
Very good.
Iron teeth and everything.
Also, I got a donation from Adam for $10 to take a shot.
Yay! Thanks, Adam.
A shot of watered, mulched down candy that has not been fermented.
Sugar water.
Is just candy.
Yay!
Thanks, Adam.
Skull.
That means we're only $90 away from our goal.
Oh, that's some good candy. So yeah. You scuttle along the ceiling above Amelia.
Amelia, Master Zasha has heard some strange rumors. Perhaps you have heard them too if you are getting this large order of bloody pies. The wolves, they smell bad things here. And I know it does not smell great all the time, but they think other kindred have infiltrated our little town.
The woman who ordered these pies from me, she did seem to have a... I'm all of a sudden Australian. Oopsies! She did seem to have an aura about her that I couldn't really describe. I couldn't discern. But I think she was kindred, but it seemed like they were passing through after their event.
Oh, that is very curious, don't you think? I do think the wolves would like us to get rid of them.
I think about the... Amelia's thinking about all the money that she just got that already went through, and she's like, okay. Of course I can help you get rid of them however you see fit. Shall we form a team, it seems?
Yes, I think perhaps we should find the other spiders, as the wolves so lovingly refer to us as.
There are... believe we should be prepared. There are quite a few of them.
Oh, delightful.
I guess, would I know, how to get in touch with everybody? Do I even know everybody else, or do I just know
I guess that's up
Zasha?
to everybody else. So would Leopold make his name known to the other kindred that exist in Salmon Arm?
Only insofar as, he's not incredibly sociable with other vampires, so to speak. He's sociable with humans, just not other vampires. But he has made himself known because he doesn't want any trouble.
That's fair. Does Val let the others know that she's not just a myth?
I think she'd have more of a connection with Haley's character. Sorry, your character's name is escaping me for some reason.
Mother Zasha.
Mother Zasha. Maybe a few times she might need a place to hide or just someone to chat to. Sometimes just I want to try this one-liner. Does that sound good to you?
I mean, you're both basically myths at this point. There's got to be folk that are yeah, there's this old lady in the woods.
Legit, yeah.
Big lumpy cat. Did you bring your lumpy cat?
Grim probably follows after her.
And I like Grim, and I like Grim. So she's a nerd girl from back in the day, and she definitely likes cats. So we get along just fine.
You, Amelia, see this large, gray, lumpy cat now covered in sewage, just kind of like plopping out from behind the toilet, and it's like licking its paws and rubbing its face.
Oh, Grim, I tell you to stay out of the water.
Oh.
Amelia will like go to the nearest like paper towel dispenser.
Wiping the cat down.
I don't think I have one animal can.
Give me a charisma and animal can. Meow. Quack, quack, quack.
And then
Just
One success.
yeah, you go to like dab the cat and it like hisses at you. Does that thing where it's like back straightens or like back bends and you hear like a crack because it's so old, and then it like
I pass the paper towel to Mother Sasha.
And Dasha will like clamber down the walls and kind of go, "Oh, Grim, you silly boy. Here, let's get this off of you."
There's quite a
or
dirty
just
one,
like
that
leave
one
your
there.
feet connected to the ceiling and lean down.
Hang
and-
down.
I like it backwards.
I mean this could
Silly
easily go
kitty.
this could go from like comedy to horror if just the lights are flickering while you're doing this.
Randomly, just like Val is just there going.
I mean,
Guys.
if you want to just be here, Val, you're so stealthy that like they could turn around and you could be in the doorway if you want.
Sure.
It's up to you. Turn around and just like hair all down, now covered head to toe in blood. Val is just sitting in the doorway staring at you guys.
This is the guys' washroom where everybody goes to eat.
Yeah. Yeah, the truckers now go into the women's washroom for a good reason.
Yeah, there's a lot of blood in the bathroom.
Oh, Val, you scared me.
Hi, ladies.
Hello, darling. Oh, that blood goes so nice with your hair.
I know, right? It just keeps the mess just going.
We can't break the masquerade though.
Yeah, sure. Goody two shoes.
Masquerade's masquerade.
Exactly. Hey,
I was going
to
Graham,
say we don't
how's my
get
stinky
old.
little lumpy kitty.
Does the cat like Val?
Roll charisma and animal can, Val.
Oh boy. I mean, for all we know, her like either reaction's gonna be okay.
That's fair.
What was it charisma and animal kin?
Yeah.
Shit. Okay.
He didn't
That's always
bite
a
me.
positive
Two
indication.
Two?
Like,
out of
shit.
2 dice, I got 2.
If you're looking at a triangle of Amelia, Mother Zasha, and Val, it's like mostly at Mother Zasha, mostly away from Amelia, and a little bit towards you.
Ah, Venn diagram humor.
Yeah, yeah, we tight. I'm just like, how's my little stinky little lumpy kitty?
It just goes.
He has been catching so many rats for his mother.
Oh, he's a good little killer.
She'll
Who's
give
a
him
good little killer? Nasty little killer.
I've never had a good
3 hours later.
relationship with cats, it seems.
You see a
My
little
cats
mouse.
are cool.
You see a mouse scurry out of the bathroom, and Krimalka just like barrels through Val to chase after it outside, just like lumbering through.
Look at him go.
All right. Are you gonna stick around more and try to get some more bodies, Amelia?
Well, apparently I don't have to make these pies anymore. But
I mean, Amelia,
I'll turn-
I have 3 fresh bodies for you.
Oh, well, fabulous.
We have to go hunting in the woods a little bit, but
Well,
you
let's
know-
bring these to my car and
Perhaps we can go under the guise of delivering these pies, and Mother Dasha will pull out her butcher's knife and be like, "And then we chop." Yeah.
I give her a nice little wink and I say, we're on the same page.
we're definitely on the same page.
We should
Three
probably...
women carrying dead bodies.
Guys, we're like the three bloody sisters here. we're like we're the vampire Sanderson sisters. This is hilarious.
I picture you more as like the Fates. Like each of you just handing the blade to the next one and start talking and handing the blade to
Blade sisters. That's our name. That's our new group.
So y'all start to conspire and be menacing. What
We can have like a cooking montage, a baking montage.
Roll for baking montage?
Fucking what is that?
I specifically took melee specialty knives.
Nice.
In case I did have to roll for my chopping or whatever.
Not a problem. Where does Nicholas go? So you guys are gonna have to go back to the pie shops. It's getting almost getting early, so I don't know if does Amelia just let people chill there if they want? And
Yeah.
All right.
I'll set up a nice bed for you.
Paul's like, oh, it's the gals back again. Oh, it's always nice to see you. And hello there, little Grim. Is
pop upstairs, fetch some beds.
is Paul?
Hello,
kindred?
cutie.
I was gonna say he's not.
Okay. Then Grim kind of comes up and he starts petting Grim, who's now again covered in blood, very, very stinky. Paul's hands are covered in flour and stuff, and he starts petting Grim, who also gets covered in flour. Just a vision. And he goes, "Oh, all right, Mom." And he goes up and starts making the special rooms for y'all.
Oh,
Cute
little
kid,
Paul
Amelia.
is growing so much.
Mm-hmm.
You hear
All C minuses.
Oh, so proud.
Oh.
Oh.
you all hear creaking from upstairs and the occasional soft moan and whispering from upstairs. Seems fine.
You got company, Amelia?
There is a family upstairs. I assume those are just the ghosts.
Oh, I was gonna say, I thought you didn't do families.
Oh, they saw us on TripAdvisor.
Ooh, that's been working out for you, hasn't it?
Yes, we're almost about to get a new meat grinder.
Oh, sweet.
I love
You're upgrading.
the TripAdvisor plot point's my favorite. This is the week that she got TripAdvisor. Boy, is it working for her.
Well, that's been really working for you, hasn't it? Isn't that what small town people do? They just talk about it's really been working out for you, hasn't
Only
it?
it's just the same thing for several months.
Yeah.
Where does Nicholas go to sleep?
He has a haven.
Oh, sick. Tell me about that haven.
It's
While I cry.
I killed Kelly. TripAdvisor.
we're not even to the tired, giddy part yet.
Aren't we, though? I mean, I am.
Nicholas, it's kind of a, let's just say it's a condo.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a townhouse-ish thing or rough equivalent there too from Salmon Arm, because I don't know if they have those.
I mean, is it a condo in that it's a basement suite, or do you own the house?
You would own it.
Okay.
This is
So
his not summer home.
Okay. So it's a bit out of the way, relatively nice home.
Yeah.
Is it maintained, or is it
And it's maintained.
Okay.
He has a cleaner come in every once in a while.
cool? Seems so he's just a well-functioning Malkavian.
Well, functioning is again a sliding scale.
Yeah. You do you have I imagine just stacks of your old movies.
Oh yeah.
Though. Yeah. Do you do anything for the rest of the night before?
Gone in 60 Seconds is on
Nice.
perpetual loop.
No, absent in a minute.
Yes, Absent in a Minute is on a perpetual loop.
Yeah, sounds good. Just on VHS. Auto
See the
rewind.
tracking lines.
Yes.
It's a signed copy. Is Leopold doing anything for the rest of the night? Are you going back to writing?
Well, it's going back to writing. Every once in a while, one of his horde will come in and ask to be bitten or something like that. And Leopold will, of course, comply. And then Leopold has just like this opulent bedroom, 4-poster bed. Like the entire place is very dark wood, lots of rich velvets, and basically he just has this blacked out room and 4-poster bed.
Nice.
Gonna bed down in.
Cool. A few of your pals who have changed their sleep schedule are gonna lounge and fall asleep on you as well.
Yes.
Good. All right. So the day passes. People go about their, jobs and such. Starbucks is sold. Tim Hortons is sold. Other coffee's sold because now that Joe Biden's president, we're allowed to drink other coffee, you psychopath.
What?
Did you not see that video?
No.
It was like not Mitch McConnell, whoever the fuck crazy Fox guy. He's like, Biden wants you to only drink Starbucks. He wants everyone to be exactly the same.
Oh.
Didn't he say the thing about the water turning the freaking frogs gay and they made him like a living? Or is
That's
that a different
Alex
guy?
Jones.
That's a different crazy.
Alex
That
Jones
is a different
looking-
crazy.
Alex Jones is doing all right nowadays.
He's
Hey, everyone! as the night comes and the people go back to sleep and the city calms down a bit, some of the underground nightlife starts up and skateboarders start skateboarding. I don't know. I said that really Canadian. Them skateboarders.
Them skateboarders.
The sleep. You wake up. Everybody roll a rouse check.
Can I have eaten, or maybe I'll eat after this. Oh, I crit failed again. I've been crit failing a lot of rouses.
Ooh, I failed too.
Oh,
I
God.
also
I
failed.
did not.
I also failed.
All right, so only Joe didn't fail. All right, here we go. Okay, this one's for Amelia. Oh, hey there, Lovey. That boy's getting C minuses. I don't know if he's worth keeping around much longer. His liver would be fresh and new and would make a great pie, I think.
Amelia bolsters herself up and starts marching quickly down the stairs and pops 3 special pies in the oven so that, the rest of the girls can eat too.
Val, you're about to wake up when just horrifying guttural screams just wake you up immediately. Your eyes judder awake and it's just louder in your ear as you well, not really, you were at 0, so it's just faint screams but sharp enough that they wake you up immediately.
I think I'll be fine. I'm gonna let this feed me for a change.
And fucking hell. How do we do Russian?
Hello.
Ha. I'm just gonna take the easy route out. Zasha, you hear one sec. Let me just check your character sheet real quick. Just a real quick cursory glance.
Well, Baba Yaga is across all of Eastern Europe in terms of the fairy tale and whatnot. You could theoretically do another Eastern European language.
Yeah, just make it complete Euro trash.
You don't necessarily have to do Russian for Baba Yaga.
So no, what I was going to do, because I'm trying to keep the mystery as to whether or not what your sire is. So what you actually hear, just keeping it light and frothy, is the dying cries of your child and your husband.
Oh my God.
Well, that got dark.
Yep.
Time
Just
to eat.
Oh, you hear them too? And I just appear at your door. You hear them too?
Oh, very frequently, darling.
Steve, you failed too. Oh, hey, Steve, you gotta eat. Get in there and just take that blood.
Look, I know, man. I know.
You gotta get in there. Get out. Get in, get out, catch them on fire, eat them. Oh!
Good breaks. Good breaks. Good breaks.
Amelia like calls up to the ladies upstairs. Ladies, I've got some fresh pies over here for you.
Yummy.
Paul sprints down the stairs, ready for a pie too.
Dasha like scuttles down the stairs.
Leopold, you're like brushed awake as several of your horde are like petting your face as you come to. Several of them offering their wrist as you wake up.
Lovely.
Fade to black.
Yeah, we fade to black again. And then we cut back. Also, someone was do you guys want to go for a break now that everyone's waking up? Just go real quick.
Sure.
All
Yeah,
right.
we could use them.
Cool.
I need to grab some water and get some acid reflux going on here. That sucks.
All right. Oh man, did I make a salmon arm? Be right back. Oh no, I didn't.
That's okay.
Oh, we can just do
no.
the regular one.
Just put up the salmon arm.
Just salmon arm with music. No, I'll just do the regular. Be right back.
Down, down, down.
Salmon arm.
Big salmon arm. All right, we're gonna be back probably like 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a good time to take a break. So.
Also, I just want to note that Nicholas wakes up to a text and it just says, "I'm loving your comics."
Bastards.
Just because that's a random note on your character sheet, and I wanted to say that.
That's actually my. It's actually my desire to make enough money to buy back my comic collection.
And I like the idea of whoever has your comic collection just
Taunting
texting
me
you
with-
once in a while, being like, "Fuck yeah, this comic collection's great."
Bastards.
Leopold, you get a call from your publisher again after you've had a chance to get ready for the night.
Bonjour. How may I help you?
Como se va? Sorry.
Wow. That hurt.
It's okay. What is it that I can do for you?
So I got a hold of one of the organizers of this thing, and they're super weird. Something's definitely going on down there. I had to pull a few strings. I think it'll be okay if you show up. Maybe bring a couple of those strong lads with you just in case shit hits the fan. But yeah, I mean, the story's there. I don't know if you want to do non-erotic for this one, or gathering of creepy, possibly kindred ladies being erotic might be interesting. It's up to you. You're the
Love is everywhere. Love is everywhere. We can make it work. It doesn't have to be erotic. It can just be a love story across the ages.
you inspire me sometimes.
If you can pass some of that along to me, that would be great.
No, I got nothing. You're my favorite. All right, bye.
Not you.
So they text you some details about like the time and location. It's going to be going on tomorrow at the rodeo area that for the life of me I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, they've like rented it out. You don't need a press pass. They said that if you mention your name, they'll know who you are, and it should be good.
Perfect.
And then they send you like heart emojis.
I send back heart, 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 heart. Just like basically this whole page of
Just a
heart
wall.
emojis. That's
Just it's a competition of heart emojis at this point.
gotta play the character.
I like it.
Is anyone from the what did you guys call yourselves? The Fate Squad?
Hell yeah.
I know was it Blade Sisters or something like that.
Blade Sisters. Is any one of you So yeah, you wake up to the smell of delicious pies. I don't know if any of you can eat these ones.
I think if they took off the crust, they could eat all the inside.
That makes sense.
I do
I've
have iron
made them
bullet.
Ooh.
Oh, well, you also can
Well,
eat
you
it.
can. I can't.
But these I've made specifically for Kindred. Like, it's all
Okay.
animal ingredients.
Like all
Or,
blood stuff.
yeah, sorry, not animal ingredients.
Did you know that science proved you can use blood instead of eggs in pastries?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Oh
So,
my.
like, this is
So-
out of character.
but yeah. I also want to say that I took the specialty in medicine that is surgery, so I can just really get to those organs as fast as possible.
Jesus. So when you go down,
We are just a bunch of killers.
Paul is sitting there. He's like counting the money from the day. He says, "Oh, hi there, Mom and friends. It's been a pretty slow day today. A couple of them ladies came by again. Super creepy. Didn't care for that very much.
They came while we were sleeping.
Yeah. It's just why? Why is that? Is that? Oh,
Why are we awake now, Paul?
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I guess they just came by and they were looking to sample some of the pies before the event.
Did they give you any weird notion? Did you feel odd looking at them?
I mean, a lot of them weren't. They were wearing like scraggly clothes and had the long, dirty hair. And I don't know, customers are customers. What you always said, Amelia.
That is right. I'm glad I taught you well. No
Such a bright
school
boy.
needed for you.
While
mean, a
they're
bunch-
talking, Mother Zasha is just in the background completely devouring a pie. Like little blood bits are going everywhere, and Grim is just picking up after her.
Oh, it's all right. I'll get that. The family upstairs is saying that they're having a great time. I got them to give a review on TripAdvisor.
Now, did we set up any monitors in the room?
Yeah.
Any stereos?
Yes, I also did the thing where the wall's made of fabric, and I stick my hands through, and I make my mouth look all scary.
Oh, perfect. Excellent job, Paul. And I open up a little drawer that has I don't lock it because I trust him to not go in there, but there's all those little mini alcohol bottles, and I give him one.
On a Sunday, Mom. Ooh. Takes and just goes off to one of the little seats in the corner.
One of those gin?
Yeah. Make sure you eat a pie.
Right. And he comes back and he goes to grab one pie and he's like, oh, and grabs a different one and goes back.
Good.
And just randomly as I'm eating, I'm just small little meat pies, small little helper, grinding up people's. This is something vaguely familiar there, Amelia.
I'm eating a pie.
No comment. Mr. T.
Val just shuts up and he finishes her pie.
Grim, here's some pieces. Come here, baby.
Oh.
He he grabs it and then goes off into a corner to eat it. Does anyone contact the other kindred now that everybody is well stuffed?
I was just going to say, does Val have a cell phone?
Nope.
Amelia would have a business
She's
phone.
from the 90s, and also she doesn't care for teenage stuff like phones. She's very disconnected for a good reason. So, no.
So I'm going to, in that case, send a text message to Amelia saying, Bonsoir, mon chéri. It looks like there is something that we need to discuss. I may need some muscle. Can we meet, and can you bring the others?
You hear a vibrate from Paul's pocket, and he pulls out a cell phone, now just covered with jam. And he's like, "Oh, Mom, That weird man out in the woods needs you again. And like hands you the cell phone.
Oh, you mean Romeo?
I read the message and I reply that I'm with Zasha and Val. Will come as soon as able. See you at. And I'm out of character. I'm like, where should we meet?
Get him to come here.
Okay, I'll end it. Would you like a pie?
I'll say a pie, ? And then I'll say, I will come down. I will see you in 15 minutes.
And then I send the TripAdvisor link.
Leave a review.
I'm going to go,
Oh gosh.
George, can I borrow you for a second?
Kind of like walks over again, holding another whiskey. Yeah.
George, if I could get you to drive me in one of the more plain cars, if I could get you to drive me downtown, would that work?
Of course, anything for you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And how long has it been, George? How long has it been since you have had my blood?
Oh, I lose track of time in this building. Possibly a couple days, I would say.
Okay, so you can probably last a little bit longer. We just want to make sure you stay young and dapper.
He kind of like raises his chin a little bit.
Oh, George, of course you're very young and dapper. And
he's gonna down his whiskey, and then he's like, I'll bring the truck around.
the truck. How very Salmon Arm. Okay. Thank you.
Slumming. We're slumming here, aren't we?
Not false. Are you getting anything else ready to go into town?
Weaponry. I think I have a few daggers, a couple of swords. So I'm just gonna bring like a couple of knives with me, just in a satchel of some sort, just some plain satchel.
Sounds good.
Hey, Table of Horrors is rating.
Yay!
Yay!
Hello. Welcome to Salmon Arm. Wait, I want to
Show the picture. Show
Salmon
the
Arm
picture.
by night. All right, so you're kind of like equipping up, and George stands at the foyer, just waiting for you with the blue, pretty nice, like brand new pickup truck, just waiting in the driveway.
Okay. I have my one of the more plain suits on, but it's still quite tailored, and I have like a long wool overcoat and just a scarf that is you can tell is not quite, cashmere, but it's not dingy either, and it just
Sounds good.
shall we then?
Oh,
Oh,
you
wrong
look-
accent.
You look incredible, as always.
Thank you. Shall we go, St. George?
Of course. And leads you out into the truck. And it's just immaculate inside, well kept. Little, like, just like the phone holder case on the front, like Bluetooth set up. And he just presses the button. He doesn't even have to put in a key or anything like that. And you head on into town down the long driveway.
This is a bougie ass truck.
It's brand new. It's the casual truck for the casual one. What is Nicholas doing?
He's still pissed about his comic collection. I'm not gonna lie. Bastards.
Is anybody contacting Nicholas, the one remaining powerful kindred in the city?
As a player, I know that he's going to be there, so I'm like, probably not.
He's just gonna pop in at random.
Well, I thought you got hired to work there.
Are you getting prepped at all for your performance tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna run through like a bunch of lines.
Okay.
All the vocal exercises. Budiga, 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 budiga. You know New York. You need New York. You know you need unique New York.
Put
But
the
if-
bunny back in the box.
He said it.
If the event isn't today, though, if it's tomorrow night, then I guess I would reach out since we're all meeting.
Okay. Yeah, you can just like send.
I'll just say, want some pie? TripAdvisor.
TripAdvisor.
You get a link to TripAdvisor and it says want some pie.
Yeah, I could probably go for some pie.
Yay!
Then he'll
Everyone-
leave. Yeah, he'll head out.
All right, sounds good. So we all converge on the pie shop as a expensive pickup truck pulls up across the street, driven by just the most attractive man sitting next to the next most attractive man, just
my.
equally attractive men.
Hot
Are they related?
people.
Hopefully not.
Ooh.
You see Zasha just peering right at the windowsill.
How's this
Creepy
series?
eyes just.
What does Nicholas drive?
He doesn't really have that much money left after his agent took off with his money. So yeah, he's got a Honda Civic.
Nice.
Yeah.
Classic. Best car. It's like by the time you get there, you've been driving on empty for a while, but you're doing that thing where you're really just pushing it.
The check engine lights on.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's like shows. So just next to the bougie ass truck, you hear.
Amelia's like, more guests, and then she'll like rummage through the fridge and pick out like some freshly severed like fingers and put them decoratively in a little like tasting bowl for them to like suck blood out of.
Ever the hostess.
Finger food.
Amelia.
Mom, should I make myself scarce as they arrive?
Yes, go ahead up on upstairs. Do some studying. Studying.
Yes.
Oh, I'm just kidding. Go play something.
I'm gonna go play Fortnite.
I was gonna say that, but then I didn't want to.
Oh my god. I fucking love Paul.
He runs up the stairs.
Not too loud, and don't forget 11 o'clock.
11. Oh, gin, Fortnite, and 11 o'clock. This is the best Sunday ever.
Man, you're not careful. You're gonna spoil Amelia.
If my mom gave me that for a C minus.
He does his best, you know. School isn't everything. We have to normalize skill building in other areas of life.
I mean, he's
This
gonna be
is true.
fine. There's one fucking pie shop in this town. He's gonna be fine. So Leopold, Nicholas, and George. Actually, do you let?
Which we've found out that this is called the Pie Shop.
It's called the Pie Shop.
That is what it's called.
Yeah,
So go to the Pie Shop.
it's really good.
On TripAdvisor.
On TripAdvisor.
Leave a review.
Does George come with you, Leopold?
No, I asked George to remain in the car, and I tell him that there's a raid going on, and to get me a Lugia.
Okay. Sounds
Playing
good.
Pokemon.
Yeah, he like unclips the phone and he's like, of course. Start spinning the disc. So Leopold and Nicholas enter the pie shop where the Blade sisters are all hanging out.
I like
Romeo and
gesture.
Shakespeare. How
for them to
appropriate.
come over.
Mais chérie, it is so good to see you again.
Plaisir and all that stuff.
I wish I could say the same. And he goes to like shake Rose's character's hand, whose name I forget at the moment.
Val.
Goes to shake your hand.
She looks at it. Cool. Nice to see you too.
Sasha is sneaking a finger out of the bowl and just
I like bat it away from her. I'm like, you already had a pie.
Oh, hey, finger food. I think I'm gonna go try some. He like grabs like a handful. So there's like fingers sticking out of like.
Enjoy.
this is
There's
delightful.
more than where that came from.
Yeah, I'm around town still.
so good to see you all. Looking so young and delicious.
I like the idea that Val like just drops off bodies when she kills too many people to drink from.
There you go.
Oh, Mama, it is so good to see you again.
Of course, Leopold, and shows you just kind of like a little bow.
Leopold
He's
just
already
does a
like
little,
crunched out, so it's like more of a
Curtsy.
bow.
Leopold just does a little curtsy.
I'll
Like-
pull out the receipt for the pies I got ordered for this catering party and like lay it on the table and say they have at least 20 guests coming since they ordered like 30 pies and 30 bloody puddings. And here's the address of where we're delivering it to. Does anyone know what's going on?
So it seems that that you have noticed this too. This is interesting. Okay. So
I take out the pamphlet, actually. I think it's this.
And they are publicizing this. This is interesting. I didn't need to go to my publisher. I just should have spoken with you.
Yeah, I found it on a human kid I chased last night. I mean, was showing around the forest last night.
Yeah, I got invited to do a gig there. I don't know. I
Oh,
don't know
this
why.
is fantastic. This is fantastic. So I have an invite because I am apparently going to write a book about these people. So there is...
Okay.
and I wish to know why this filth is in our city. So...
Go and invite Mother Sasha.
Oh, I invite you, Mother Sasha.
Oh,
Mother Sasha.
mother.
Mother Sasha, you are coming. We
You're
have...
too kind, Leopold.
I have
The
a
wolves.
plus however many I want. I have plus however many I want. So.
The wolves, they do not like these women coming into our town, you know. So, Mother Sasha, I offered to chop them up.
Yeah,
Which
I
is
do
lots
not
of
need
fun.
to have the wolves be angry at me. I do not need that. I need to...
No.
So I have plus however many I want. I would suggest that we go and see what is going on so that we can, how you say, eradicate, I think it is, eradicate.
Yeah, that's exactly how you say it. That's exactly how you say
Eradicate,
it.
yes. The filth. The pestilence.
Do we know what we're getting our hands into? Who these people are?
Well, there is legends. There is they were apparently extinct. They were all women, apparently descended from Garu, but the Garu.
Other way around.
Oh, sorry,
Or-
other way around. They're
Yeah, they went in. They became like just a faction. Like they basically just went into Geru and stopped calling themselves that other one.
okay. So they used to be Gangrel, and then they went into Guru, right?
Wait. No,
Is it the
sorry.
other way?
One sec. they were let me open up again. So they are the Aramaeans, and they used to be a separate bloodline that was just women. But then after nearly being extinct and stuff, they kind of just got like amalgamated into the Gangrel. So there's no one's really heard of them in a while, and any of them that were part of the Aramaeans were just considered a Gangrel until they met their final death or whatever.
Okay, so I've explained this all to the women because I'm not going to go through that again.
Yeah.
So it looks like they are infiltrating our city, and I do not know why, and it does not make me happy, and I assume it does not make any of you happy either. So,
Hell no.
what would you like to do?
I would like to stick my hands into their stomachs.
It's a toss-up between twisting
Whoa.
all their heads off
Whoa,
and
that's intense. Whoa.
ripping their arms off and hitting them with the wet ends, and then drinking it.
But why are they here is the question. Are they trying to take our humans?
That is good question. What do they want in Salmon Arm? It is our nice little quiet place to live in peace.
Maybe that's why they want it. And did they step into the wrong territory?
They cannot have my humans. It's not. No, they cannot have my humans.
They're very pretty humans too.
You're very fine humans, Leopold.
Yeah.
We can share, maybe. Maybe.
It's about this time that from upstairs you hear, "Get fragged, noob!"
I knew it. That little bastard is Noob Master 69. I knew it.
No,
Paul, we have guests.
sorry, I mean boo.
That's a good little ghost.
And as we're like planning and stuff, I'm still cooking or baking these pies. But you see that I'm like using these special vials of blood that I have in my fridge. And I'm gonna say, if the storyteller will allow me, I'm going to Scorpion's Touch and infect these pies so that hopefully some of the ones that get eaten get paralyzing poison.
Love
Which
this.
normally I have to spit my own blood at them. Like I have to like put it in my mouth and then I go, "Ugh." But can I just put it in my pies?
Yeah.
So I have to do a rouse check per pie.
Ooh. Okay.
So I'm gonna like continue to do this as we go, and I hope that I have enough supply that I could keep not being too hungry. But I'll do a few rouses while the scene goes on.
All right.
So Char's character is baking, and then she turns around, and there's like blood dripping out of her face
That's where
into a pie.
that's where Val goes, I know what she's doing.
How many can I do? Would you say is a fair mechanic?
I mean, you could do it until you friends. I'm gonna say if you're spending the entire night, because you guys are basically planning right now.
Yeah.
I'd say you could probably make like 10 pies.
Okay, yeah, I've had 7 non-failures so far.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking. There we go. I jinxed it.
Okay.
All right, I go up 3 hunger levels, but I have 10 poisonous pies.
So you hear varying levels of your sire getting angrier and angrier at you. You let wait. You let that wait. I can't get it. British. Oh, there. Oh, shucks a doodle. Anyways, you hear a very convincing Jonathan Deep impression in your mind, telling you to eat that kid upstairs, and C minuses are nothing to be proud of.
Oh.
Oi!
And where did the rum go? Where has the rum gone? Yeah, so you've got about like 10 of those are like 10 of the pies that you're gonna bring will be
That's half the pies, guys.
yeah.
Woo! Nobody eat those pies.
Which ones?
Yeah, you gotta label them. There's the bad ones and the good ones.
So Amelia, you said you were going to have maybe us just because I'm assuming they have some kind of guest list, I'm sure. We're not going to be able to get in that easily.
I open up a closet door that has like various like aprons and stuff and say that, oh, you can be working for the pie shop. Make sure you mention TripAdvisor.
What are the...
And then I hesitate and I'm like, actually, perhaps not, since a lot of these folks are going to die.
What do the uniforms look like?
There's like brown and black leather aprons that kind of look like I've repurposed like not butcher aprons, like blacksmith
yeah.
aprons.
Very good.
They're not, and they don't have like labeling or anything. It's very just like homely looking.
Nice. It's rustic.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking
Artisanal.
for.
I like your style, Amelia.
Sasha also, she has like a little widow's veil that she'll pull over because obviously has to be inconspicuous in public.
A little bit, yeah. Wait, is Nicholas Coppola Nicolas Cage's real name, Steve? Did you trick me?
Yes. Yes, I did.
I didn't know that.
God damn it.
He's Francis Ford Coppola's nephew.
Oh my.
Fuck.
So chat just helped me with that one.
This is a good time to remind everybody in the chat we're playing for Extra Life. So if you have any funds to spare, you could help a sick kid. We're playing for BC Children's Hospital for 24 hours straight. We're doing various role-playing games. We're going to be playing some video games. We're going to have some special guests to do a chat talk show later. And yeah, if you could donate, punish the players. We got various incentives. Check it out. Link is in the chat.
Lord knows we're wide open for an encounter right now. So
And
true, yeah.
Since Awful McBad mentioned it, that he's a huge comic book nerd, that's actually my character's desire to make enough money to buy back my comic book collection. So
Very good. So you guys have Amelia's going to be baking tonight to try to fill the order. What is everybody else going to be doing to prepare for tomorrow night?
I think that Leopold is going to take if Mother Zanisha, or not Mother Zanisha, sorry.
That's our werewolf game.
Yeah. If Mother Zasha would be open to it, I think that Leopold would like to sit her down and just start writing out her story. I'm sure Leopold has some notebooks in the car somewhere.
Cool.
So you kind of come back. George is like, all right, I've caught Lugia. I've leveled up your Mewtwo. I had a few. I'm keeping this gym. I didn't know that the Pio Shot was a gym, but we're gonna have it for a while.
TripAdvisor. We got really big on that.
You're not there.
Thank you very much, George. I appreciate that. Obviously, this is an important part of living in Salmon Arm, is playing as a Pokemon, so we need it again. So I appreciate
Of course,
that.
very understandable.
So, we might be here for a while. I'm just going to grab some paper and some pens so that I can speak with our lovely mother here. And
She slowly peeks up over the edge of the door.
Is it?
oh, George, no, we do not act like that. That is not very becoming. Not very becoming. And so, if it is that you wish to go to the diner, and I can give you a call when we need to go, that is good as well. We don't necessarily need to be here right now if you do not want to be.
Okay. That sounds good. I am getting rather hungry.
Yes. Hands George the credit card and just says,
Ooh.
yes, go.
Thank
Go.
you.
Thank
And
you,
he
George.
kind of drives away. He like drives down the block, and then there's a 24-hour diner like within eye shot, and he just kind of like pulls up into the parking lot and walks in. And you go back in, and you and Zasha have a conversation about the past and stuff.
Gonna say I hate to see him go, but I love to watch him walk away.
He
what
is
is that?
very, very pretty, is he not? Yes.
Yes.
What's Val gonna be doing to prep?
Val, I think she might actually make some like makeshift, or she has some makeshift weaponry that she might have had over the time, like maybe like some stakes and stuff, like vampires, right?
Yeah.
So she might have some that she'll just have to pack up. She has a little like hovel in the forest that she'll just make home to.
Okay.
She catches breakfast on the way. She'll get breakfast to go.
Sounds good. You didn't like your pie.
Oh, I liked my pie. I just wasn't. Oh wait, did it take care of the hunger though?
Yeah. Once you peel away the food and then eat the meat inside.
Okay, yeah, and it's just like it's just a bunch of pie crust. I'm just like, I'm gluten free.
You know, as you do. But for,
I just look at her just deadpan. I'm gluten free and walk away.
and
I'll leave a
Nicholas,
review.
You got one new review tonight. Nick, what is Nicholas going to be doing?
Our
to prepare?
printer like turns on automatically, and a piece of paper comes out with the review printed on it, and I stick it on the wall.
Great pies, but I'm gluten free.
It's like 4-star.
Pies, I except I'm gluten free.
Nicholas is going to be just running through lines because he's assuming that he's going to be going in pretending to be the actor and then like setting up everybody else like as a distraction.
Sounds good. So are you going to be doing it in the pie shop while
Oh yeah.
Leopold and Zasha are trying to talk?
Well, he's going to go over to one of Amelia's kind of like more worn out pie plates, I guess. And he's gonna be kind of muttering to himself a little bit, and then he's gonna pick up the pie plate that's like, there's a little bit of carbon on it. He's like, how'd it get burned? How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned?
After about like a half hour of this, a like bespectacled man comes down with like high-waisted pants and stuff, and he says, I don't want to bother you, but I'm a huge fan. And he like hands you a copy of Hell Rider. Heck Rider. And he's like, with like a Sharpie, and he's like, can I just get your autograph, please?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. And he like scribbles out like, what's your name?
Ian.
And he like intentionally spells Ian wrong with like IIAN type thing. And like just
Is
There
this
you
in my shop?
Yeah, this
Still?
is the dad of the guest.
Okay, in the corner, I'm still like making my pies, and I'm like, always celebrities in the pie shop.
Oh my god!
As he's like running upstairs, he's gonna be like, I'm adding this to TripAdvisor.
we're gonna drive that one into the ground.
It's
They should be
also
paying us.
it's also 11:05, and you can still hear Paul upstairs playing Fortnite.
I take a broom and bang the ceiling.
Oh no! All right, Mom, I'm just finishing this one game. I gotta show him what's what.
I like start walking up the stairs.
Oh no! I'm shutting it off. I'm sorry. I'm going to sleep now.
I open the door.
He's like, the TV's still on, but he's in bed going.
I say, Paul, 11 o'clock. What are we supposed to do at 11 o'clock?
Oh, I've just been sleeping, Mom. What's that?
You haven't scared the
5
guests.
minutes.
You haven't scared the guests. At 11 o'clock, we scare the guests before they fall asleep.
Oh, all right. 1 sec. And he kind of like he goes over to the door or the wall and like opens up a little hatch and then like sneaks inside and closes it. And you hear like, tuk, 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 tuk. And then from one of the other rooms, just like, dun, dun, dun. Oh, I'm trapped in here and I can't get out.
Oh my
god. And then he comes back and opens the hatch and comes back into the room.
Good. And then I just turn the volume down on his computer and I walk out of the room.
So good.
I fucking
Back to-
love Paul so
Back
much.
to cooking my pies.
So all of you are preparing for the attack or the infiltration of the meeting tomorrow night but we're getting close to when we're going to have special guests, so we're probably going to wrap it there.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Oh man, I fucking love these characters. Guys,
Okay, I'm gonna do my thing then.
why don't we have a wrestling team called Salmon Arm?
Why
Oh,
don't we
boy.
do that if we raise another $100?
We'll add Salmon Arm to the canon. Rose, you're an otter. Wait,
I'm just. Wait, what? What'd you just call me? Wait, what?
Hey, I'm not an otter.
I could think small bear.
are you ready for more salmon arm flexing?
My brain just went to da-na-na, scaredy facts. That's how we do that segment in our fucking podcast.
Go listen to drinking and screaming.
Yay!
Ellie is wearing the drinking and screaming shirt and the drinking and screaming hat.
Wait, no, I have.
No, okay.
And I
There's
think
more.
they have the
We got more merch.
screaming blanket.
I have
Yeah.
this drinking and screaming blanket.
It's very
I want
soft
that.
and warm.
It's
It's
very warm.
amazing.
I definitely need that.
You
So
gotta
does
show
everyone
the
else in chat.
pillow.
There's oh yeah. Ah!
You got a drinking and screaming pillow?
Technical difficulties. 1 sec.
We'll be right back.
Wait, no, it's
Quick, Otter.
I tried to catch it.
Welcome to hour 12 of our 24-hour stream, everybody.
It's not
I
even
mean,
that late. We're already punchy.
It was bound to happen that this.
We are, yeah, we're trying to raise money for charity.
Oh, I unplugged the headphone. That's what happened. 1 sec. 1 sec. Nobody talk. Don't talk. You'll ruin it.
Mikhail is in the chat. We are doing well,
Mikhail.
and we all have our
Okay.
fingers and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm kind of like spider webbed in with cables. Oh, just shark cleavage.
Hi. Tips.
I'll turn it so that shark can. Oh, there we go. Venetian.
If anybody wants any of these coffin-like things, go to Mikhail Artoria, who is in our chat. Also, if anybody can donate, I also put the link in the chat. If you can't donate, spread the word. Let everybody know that we're here. It helps our average viewers, I guess. And then, they can help spread the word, and everybody can help spread the word. Send everybody here, and then we'll hit our goals, because we're at $500 out of $800.
We already hit one of our goals. Yeah.
We hit the 5. And we
Don't
moved up
understand.
3 rankings in the overall team rank.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh, woo.
woo.
All right, what happened before I dropped
Well,
a
I'm
bunch of-
never asking you to show merch again
Wait,
because that was a disaster.
I'll be careful this time.
Oh, tabletop titties.
Down,
That's my
down more. This
show.
way.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yay!
Don't knock
That
it.
was so worth it.
Snap that picture, yo.
Char, do you want to drop the links and everything in the chat? Because I don't have that open at the moment.
Sure, we're on Twitch every Tuesday evening.
All right.
Go there,
So-
click like, subscribe, etc.
To them titties. So when last we left off, our band of not coterie, just a bunch of strong ass vampires that hang out in Salmon Arm and like to keep the peace.
Yes.
There's no functioning politics in Salmon Arm. They were encountering some weird encounters with this pop filter. Is what happened. Wait. Oh, okay. They were running into some weird encounters with some very scraggly looking women around town who said they were hosting an event in a few days. We got Amelia, who's the pie maker, who's been commissioned to make a shit ton of pies. We got
I've poisoned them.
Leopold, who's the erotic novel writer, who's been allowed to come and document this historic event. We got Val, the horror movie slasher trope, who's just trying to kill anything that wants to set up a coterie here.
I want to be alone.
We got Mother Zasha, basically the Baba Yaga. Also similar, he doesn't want the coterie Camarilla stuff. And then we got Nicholas Copyright Coppola.
That's Nicolas Cage for people who don't know.
Who didn't
'cause I
get the joke
know.
like I didn't get it.
So we got 4 ripoffs in this game.
I'm just trying to get my comic book collection back, man.
I need to focus Char's camera. She's kind of blurry after I fucking dropped the entire camera.
It lived. I'm so glad. It's slow falled or fell. It slow fell, so it wasn't as worse as it could have been.
Oh god. Oh, it got really bright for some reason. This is going great.
Whoa!
Okay, non-blurry Char. Here we go. Death Cult. Let's go.
Yeah.
So the plan, it seems, to infiltrate this possibly our main gathering is that Amelia will deliver the pies with her assistants, who decided to be an assistant of Amelia.
Val and
Mother Zasha.
Zasha, did you want to come
Blade
as
Sisters.
an assistant?
Blade Sisters.
Sisters.
Yeah.
Nicholas has been hired to perform because a couple of these ladies just found him in the park and thought he was doing a good job. And Leopold, you are going as a basically press, but like documentarian?
Yes, something like that. Yes.
Perfect.
Found me in the park, thought I was doing a good job. Boy, were they wrong.
I mean, you fired all 3 of your directors in subsequent order, which is usually the sign of a good actor, right?
Yes.
Yes, and
Yes, and.
so y'all
No.
planned. Is anybody going back to their home before the night of the event?
I'm in my home.
I make sure I get everything from my home because I'm sort of Jason Voorhees. I kind of have my own little hut and stuff like that. Except it's not my
Nice.
mom.
Does it have a toilet in it and that's it?
Considering I can't pass anything anymore.
No toilet needed.
I kind of
Who
should have
needs
just.
one?
I should have made your sire just somebody
Silence.
doing the mom from. Mother's talking to you,
Pamela
Val.
Voorhees.
Mother is talking.
Are you gonna
You
go
need
back
to
through the
feed.
sewers, Zasha?
No, Zasha. Zasha is cat and Zasha is butcher knife, and that is all Zasha needs.
Okay. So you're gonna crash it at the pie company again,
Hell yeah.
Leopold?
Absolutely not. No. Leopold will be going back to the abode with George because no, so dirty. So dirty.
He got a shiny that sheep Pokemon. The sheep.
Yes.
Very good. We will fit in very well with the nighttime players.
I traded in the diner. I took one of our high level Dragonairs and just traded that for it. The person didn't know what they were trading, so I got a good deal.
Oh, very good. I see you are using your skills of influence. Very good, George. Very
I learned
good.
from the best.
Oh.
Nicholas. Nicola, Mr. Coppola, you're wanted on set.
Mr. Cage.
Yeah, it's fine.
Damn it, Steve!
Fuck, I'm tired.
You're not allowed to be tired. There's 12 more hours to go.
I have Monster energy drinks. It's gonna be fine.
Oh, yeah, we hit the halfway mark. What's Nicolas gonna do the night before? Is he gonna go home and then sleep and
Oh yeah, he's gonna go
Okay.
home.
watch some more?
He's not hanging out with these weirdos.
The matchstick people.
This one is gonna be what's the other movie? It's like sort of light breeze talkers.
Ah, yes, of course.
I don't know that reference, but I nod.
It's wind talkers.
I like tapestry out of the sky above us. So everyone sleeping in the various locations, and those of you at Amelia's know that Paul had stayed up way too late playing Fortnite. He fell asleep with the game still running, all hopped up on gin.
Hopped up on gin.
His one little Mickey of gin.
I mean, he's like 13, so.
Now that's an NPC that I definitely want to see come back. It's just little Paul.
It's just little Paul.
I love that you just play him just so it's like, oh boy.
I mean, he gets to work at a pie shop for room and board.
Yeah, and gin.
And gin. Have you ever fed Paul your blood? Like, is he bonded at all, or did you just keep him around as like?
No, we're just friends. Like, I think the bond is deep of, like, mothered son.
Okay. I mean,
If he ever wanted to, I would do it, though.
he's an orphan though. We have to. That's canon.
Yeah.
There's no parents looking for this kid.
No.
So yeah, everybody, give me a rouse check as you wake up in your various locations.
Oh, please fail once again. Please fail once again. Oh, I succeeded. Can I
failed
fail?
again.
I want to
That's
fail.
a fail.
Can you force yourself to fail your rouse check in the morning?
You know what? Reroll.
Failed.
I failed. There we go.
Make Kelly do a round table of voices again.
I like mine though. It gets me in character.
Did everyone fail?
I failed. I don't know.
Yeah,
Succeeded.
I failed hard.
Okay, so Oi there, love. You've been hanging out with a lot more of your kind lately. I'm sure that they wouldn't be too keen on keeping around one of them regular kind without, taking a bite once here and there.
She, like, scurries down the stairs and, like, takes out a Tupperware from the fridge that's just, like, thigh meat and starts frying it so that she can eat it.
I like that you cook it first and don't just eat it raw.
Yeah. I'm a lady.
I haven't done Leopold's sire yet, and I have no idea who this is.
Just some guy.
Just some guy?
There you go.
Oh, Leopold, you keep so many, kind around, and yet you do not devour them until their corpse is a empty husk on the floor. What is wrong with you?
Good help is so hard to find these days, so I need to keep them around. Do not worry, I shall eat. I will eat.
Val, you just hear.
What is her sire?
You put 3 question marks. It's just the never-ending horror that exists in this world.
I freaking love that, Kelly. That was fucking awesome. Yes. Worth it. Thank you.
Haley, you said you succeeded?
Success.
You're
A
good.
solid 9.
Nicholas, you hear, "Oh, we gotta get the treasure and then eat all of the people who try to stop us from getting the treasure."
I know. It's over here. No, we gotta get it over here.
We gotta find the comics, and then we gotta create an elaborate scheme to get them back, and then eat the ones who took them.
Those guys are the worst.
The chat
It's
says,
just Nicolas Cage talking to Nicolas Cage. This is hilarious.
says define failure.
Okay.
Put the bunny back in the box.
Rose has definitely got the giggles. This is gonna be a long night. Okay.
I mean, the more that Steve fails, the like further down into Nicolas Cage's filmography I have to go.
Do you have an IMDb open?
No, I have to. As a true Nicolas Cage fan.
That's true. Your favorite actor. You would know many of them.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna, for the sake of brevity, I'm gonna say that you all convene at the rodeo around the same time. So those of you who have never been in Salmon Arm, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing, guys?
What are you doing?
There's no
Don't you
COVID here.
check TripAdvisor? Honestly,
I mean, check out the pie shop.
The
Obviously.
pie company's here. Come on, guys.
We all should really write a TripAdvisor review
For the pie
that
company.
pie company. now.
But then say stuff like, man, the blood pie was great. I love how haunted this place is.
No, if you're gonna give them a review, you have to be nice.
Yeah, they're good people.
Yeah.
how is that not nice?
They don't really have blood pies.
Also, I have to apologize. Everybody's going to watch me eat for a little while because I'm famished.
I mean, I'm jealous. I wish I got KFC.
I mean, I'm jealous. I wish I had
It's
money.
Wendy's, man.
I wish I got. I mean, again,
We can't get delivery here. We're out of every delivery
Yeah,
zone.
my point still stands. I wish I got KFC. So yeah, the rodeo area is like, for those of you who have seen like a rodeo ring,
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
for like the bucks and the rodeo clowns and stuff like that. It's got big bleachers covered by wood. There's a large barn with like segmented sections for all of the animals that they're gonna abuse later. I hate the rodeo's bullshit. There's like dirt parking area, like a really large just like parking area that it's like park your fucking truck there, and then everyone just forms the parking spots out of who parks where. Very ranch style. And funny enough, you can apparently rent this place out for events and such, like demolition derbies, which is my favorite. Because cars don't have feelings unless it's the Gothmobile.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amelia will like get out of the truck and start and like lower it down till start taking out these like tables so that she can be putting her pies on them. But she'll like feign struggle with it because she's like frail.
I'll look like I'll help. I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna say Val poorly pretends to be help, just like, oh, I will help you.
Sasha's trying to help, but she's so fucking short that like her hands are just like she's like
It's like, oh no, I will help you too.
Following us with the pies on a tray.
For Leopold, George is trying his best to park in like a clean area that you're not going to get dusty, but he kind of like politely advised that you wear like boots and pants that you don't mind getting dirty.
So Leopold has worn like basically cowboy boots, like pristine cowboy boots.
Right out of the box.
Right out of the box. And
Designer cowboy boots.
yes, only the best. And a hat, obviously. And he does get out of the car as George has instructed that he can't find any better place, and immediately steps into like a puddle
No.
and looks down and is like,
It's knee deep.
just filthy animals. And just, waits for George and starts walking towards the entrance.
Yeah, he's going to like put out his arm so that you can hold on because it's kind of muddy.
Thank you, George. I appreciate it.
I just realized that description sounded exactly like Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future Part 3.
I wasn't aiming for that, but yeah, you're right.
Like the brand new boots, like
You are right.
out of the box. That look like you're trying to fit in at a country music place, but you clearly are not from anywhere near where country music is played.
Hello, fellow cowfolk. It is me, your pal and cowboy. Nicholas, your car just gets in the parking spot, and it's like and it runs out of gas before you can manage to get into a parking spot. So you're kind of just that jackass whose car is now parked in the middle of like the driving area.
God. He like gets out and slams the door.
Kind of like breaks, the hinge comes off just a little bit, misaligned. And all of you
Like-
see, go ahead.
Exit. Like,
It bites you, it eats you. It's the Gothmobile.
oh Jesus.
You just haven't been feeding it blood. Come on. So in the parking lot, there's like just, you know, a bunch of different cars. And they're all women leaving the cars and coming towards the rodeo. You recognize several of them as just like residents of Salmon Arm.
Wait, regular people are here too?
Yeah.
Fuck me. I'm gonna kill humans by accident with my pie.
I think I have an inclination of what this is out of character, but I'm gonna wait and see.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think I do too.
I've read way too many Sabat supplements to know not what this is.
And then it's just a mass orgy. Is that what you thought? Sorry, that's
Kind
where
of,
I was
yeah.
going.
Obviously.
Everyone drinks the Kool-Aid is where I'm thinking it's going.
Do we
Interesting.
not have a thirst one-off? I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock at night. We can, bring out the blue movies. It's fine.
Yeah. I can't think of a Nicolas Cage movie that had blue in the title.
Blue, wasn't he in Blue Velvet?
I don't think.
Was he?
No, that was Kyle MacLachlan.
Oh, I
Yeah.
knew it was.
I
Somebody.
recognize that butt anywhere. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so just you recognize a lot of people from town. Several of them are like chatting. A few of them still have the pamphlets, and they're kind of like flipping through them. Occasionally, you see someone that you either don't recognize from town or recognize as one of the women that you've seen around town, like commenting that they're having an event tonight. So Amelia, Zasha, and Val, you get up to kind of like this organizer who's got like a clipboard and is tracking all the things that are coming in and out. And they,
I'll approach and like nod as we're carrying the table. Where'd you like this, hun?
we have a covered tent area in the rodeo ring area for food and beverages and stuff like that.
Any special area? And I'll like give a look that if she knew what I was talking about, she would know what I'm asking.
She kind of like gets a little bit quieter. We have a covered tent in the rodeo area
Okay.
for all of the food and drinks. And she kind of like eyes the three of you up, particularly looking at Zasha, who's got like a widow's veil on.
Zasha's just hunched further down and she's like, well, I guess we've got many pies.
Would you mind not staring at my grandmother? She's actually very self-conscious.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect that you would be hiring a grandmother for your catering, but
It's a family-run business.
I mean, it's nice to see a female-run business, honestly.
Yeah.
And she
Yes.
kind of like waves the three of you in.
Come on, Grandma.
I am just little grandma wearing my beats.
Just a butcher's knife going tick, 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 tick.
I can't. Okay.
Nicholas, you walk up to the organizer, and she kind of stops and she says, "Oh, you're the one for the park, right?" And you recognize one of the women that was talking to you.
Yeah,
in the park.
I'm here to give a performance.
Of course. We have a stage set up in the front. So we're going to have a presentation from the organizers. Then you can go up and do your thing as people mingle. And it's going to be great. Just wait for your cue. Hang out. It'll be a fun time.
I'm going to try Sense the Unseen.
Ooh, all right. What does
See if
that
there's
one do?
anything about this place that's like fucking weird.
Good call.
You mean other than everything?
I mean,
I mean,
I was gonna do that on the way in, but since Steve's doing it,
So wits and aspects or resolve and aspects, up to you.
Well, considering they're the same, I'm going to go with both. Or neither.
Wait,
And you know it
the
does.
description of it says that apparently I'm supposed to do it secretly.
Do what secretly?
So it says, whenever there's something supernatural hiding in plain sight, the storyteller makes a hidden roll of wits and aspects against the difficulty they choose. Oh, I see. So,
Yeah, that's if something's hidden. I'm just like trying to snoop around.
okay. I guess I could also just roll, and whether or not it's actually there, I can tell you. I can just lie.
Ooh. So it's 4 successes and a crit.
Okay, sounds good.
So like 8 successes.
So you kind of like sit there for a sec, and you see the familiar threads floating around you, just from being a Malkavian. It's nothing. It's nothing to worry about. You're like, those are good.
And he's kind of reacting like in that movie 7mm, like where he's like,
The organizer's like, are you doing one of your movies? Did it start already?
yeah, one of my movies.
Okay, cool. Can you do that inside?
No, it's part of my process. I'm like getting prepared. Okay.
It's just that we have someone coming up behind you that I need to talk to, and you can do this inside.
No, that's fine. I'm more important there. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
All right. And she just kind of like sits there waiting for you. You also, as you kind of like push out, you sense like focal points of energy throughout the venue. They seem to be like very condensed forms of energy in like set locations around. Beyond that, you do sense just like the beast, like a just a pool of the beast around in this area. You are in the presence of quite a few kindred.
Oh yeah. I'll go in now.
Yeah, thanks. And then she like checks you off the list. A few more people come up, and then George, leading Leopold, comes up to the event organizer.
Hello. I am supposed to be on the list for documenting this event. L.K. Hamilton.
Okay. Have you published any books yet as this pseudonym?
Yeah.
You can see she like looks down the list and sees the name, and then like starts to blush a bit on her face, and she says, "Oh, yes, of course. Right. Come on in." And then like she checks it off, which is a hint for everybody that she's not a kindred.
Yeah.
Blushing, yes.
He just says, "Oh, thank you," and with George and Arm, basically starts just walking through.
Okay. So the entire venue, they've like tried to put like sheets and stuff down to cover the dirt and sort of like matted it. There's like chairs here and there, but it doesn't seem to be like super organized. Everyone's just like mingling and talking. Nobody's really gone over to the food yet. A few people will go over, and like there's a big bowl of juice that all of you that walk near it immediately recognize that it's tinted a little bit with blood. And you see once in a while like somebody come over and like pour a glass, but there's like very few people actually getting involved with the food yet. Yeah, you sort of just mingle around. Does anyone try to like talk to people?
Is there a sign on the punch bowl, like identifying it in any way? So like normal people will drink it.
Potentially.
Well, I don't know where to put my bad pies. I'm like, I'll put it there if there would be a sign that shows that humans wouldn't.
Give me a, let's say, intelligence and etiquette.
I don't think I have any etiquette.
That's fine. You could also ask the other people around you for like advice.
Can I investigate or be aware?
I really want to have you roll etiquette because it's specifically about like the venue's like
Wits and etiquette?
Yes, if that's better, wits and etiquette is good.
Yes, that's twice as many dice.
2?
No, 4. I had 2 intelligence and no etiquette. Oh, that didn't help me. 1 success. I'll re-roll.
Willpower.
Yeah, 4 success.
Okay. You do notice as you look at like the setup that there's a very clear division between sets of food. So there's like 2 punch bowls separated distinctly from each other. There's a set of like vegetables and shit like that, and then distinctly next to it is like a couple other things and a big empty space for your pies.
Okay, so it feels like it already is separated.
Yeah, so you feel like if you put some of your pies here and some of your pies here, it would fit with the general separation aesthetic.
Excellent. I like motion to, I was going to say Baba Yaga. Mother Zasha, put your pies over there, hun. And like, because she's got the poison pies.
Zasha, like she'll push the pies over, but she, like, you can see from the direction that her veil is going, she's just deeply inhaling at the punch, like trying to get clearly distracted.
Give me a wits and awareness.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm good at this.
Ooh. Oh, très bien. Oh, you are. See, we learned from all our one-offs that we need to put stats in those.
I got a crit, so that's a 7 total.
Jesus.
Baby!
Mother Zasha is on it.
You're used to like, you know, eating sleeping truckers and stuff like that and whatever you can get your hands on. This is like, rarely have you smelled just this quality of blood. Like, whatever this is, somebody went out of their way to use their like special reserves to make this punch.
Ooh, AB negative.
As soon
Universal
as
donor.
the pies are in place,
No, the opposite.
she's scrambling over towards to get a nice big glass of this punch.
Sounds good.
Watching her drink it too is like kind of ridiculous because she has to like carefully lift the veil and like you just see like this.
It's like, never mind.
Yeah, it is delicious. I don't know how Mother Zasha feels about like like just the fancy stuff, but it's real nice.
Oh my.
It's probably a treat.
Nice. It's like candy. Little Werther's Originals, basically.
Yeah.
Leopold, give me a wits and awareness.
Well, we'll just like put the table down off to the side since they had so much ample space. There's no real need of it, but I don't want to lug it all the way back to the truck.
Yeah.
Spread
We'll
out
just
your
leave
pies
it here.
bigger.
In the massacre, it'll be fine. And I pepper normal pies throughout the other pies to not draw suspicion.
Sounds good. 1 success.
I'm
So
not
as
gonna
you-
roll. Too early.
So as you're kind of like trying to pick up like any sort of conversations or stories that people are telling about the event, it seems that a lot of people don't really know why they're here. So you don't get much about the actual event. You just get a bunch of people being like, I had a friend who told me about this, and you know, I thought it'd be fun. I got nothing else to do tonight. Or like people being like, yeah, I found this letter, just answered it, came here.
Do I
Seems
see do I see anybody who looks like an organizer? Somebody who's like directing people around or telling people what to do?
Give me a wits and investigation or intelligence and investigation, whichever is better.
Your sire's
you
telling you what to roll.
Yeah. Leopold, you must find the organizer and show your dominance and become the organizer. This place is...
Assert your dominance.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just re-roll this. This is
You must assert your
Personal.
dominance. This place is shoddily run. Yeah.
So, Shodi, what the hell is going on here?
What a horrible event. Just positively disgusting.
Horrible.
okay. That's a little better too.
2 successes. So yeah, looking through the crowd, you see people that seem to be like, kind of like conversation starters. Like they'll find 2 people that are kind of like wallflowers, and they'll like be like, "Hey, you have something in common" and stuff like that. You can't find the like people that seem to be like are about to start talking or anything like that, as the event organizer mentioned. But yeah, you just see these like people that seem to be like mingling and being like, "Hey, you and you seem to have something in common. Your hair is black. Your hair is black. Talk about that."
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to one of them, one of those people that's the conversation starters, and I'm going to introduce myself.
All right. So you walk up to one of them and they kind of like look at you, kind of like furrow their brow a little bit.
I'm gonna activate awe.
Ooh.
I don't think I need a rouse check for that, do I? Is that not?
You do not.
I don't have to.
No, I do not.
So that's a manipulate voice presence. Let's quietly roll this. Okay. I see how it is.
Oh my.
Oh. Three successes?
Yeah.
That person also got 3 successes.
I
But
guess the defender.
so you kind of like walk up and you're about to introduce yourself and you like turn on your awe and you just see like several women around you kind of like turn and look at you and kind of like start eyeing you up. A few of them are like, "Oh, is that? Oh my god." You have apparently a few fans from before you changed your name. But you walk up to this this trendsetter, and she just kind of like furrows her brow at you, and she's like, "Hello? Are you lost?"
No, I was asked to document this, and I was hoping that I could speak with you about the event and your role in it. We are told that you are very important here.
Right. Your publicist called and said you'd
Yes.
be coming.
Yes.
Right. Well, I mean, we a bunch of us are new in town, and we just wanted to get to know a lot of the women here. A few of them are family members of ours, and we just wanted to create this big event. You know, times are tough. We had money coming into town, and we thought this event would be nice to bring everybody together and get to know them.
And why exactly is it that you wish to know everybody in this town? I mean, it's not anything special. It's not a very interesting town. Why is this town?
I mean, it's interesting to us. Again, we have family here, but it's steeped in history, and the culture of this place is just so interesting.
Interesting. I'm always interested in history because history, well, we are all a part of history, are we not? We are all the lovers of the history. So what kind of history is it that you see here that is of such interest?
She goes into she starts talking about
some of the like indigenous cultures that lived around this area, and a lot of like their stories and stuff. Give me a wits and awareness. Wits and awareness. Take a shot. Do.
Not tonight. We have to be paid to take shots.
$10 per shot.
It's a donation. We're
It's
doing it
almost
for
like we're in a club.
charity.
It's almost like I'm rolling like Steve tonight.
Oh.
2 successes.
Yeah.
Okay, one sec. Let me roll for
Almost
this.
like we're in a club.
That's it. That's it. We're done.
Okay. She seems to have a lot of information, and she spends enough time with you that you kind of get like a lot of history of the area that you didn't have before. And as far as you're concerned, she seemed very genuine in like her interest in the location.
Of anything that she told me about the history, do I get any sense that there's any sort of rituals that are involved that might be reoccurring or anything like that? Anything that would specifically target this kind of time of year or this kind of specific,
She seems no. And I don't think that with that role you would pick up on it, but it's mostly that like she has this very like textbook memory of a lot of the history that has occurred here, and none of it seems to seem out of the ordinary.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. Thank you so much for that information, madam. I do appreciate it. Is there anybody else from your family that you think I should speak to that might give me a round picture, how you say, of this event and of your history?
We're in just a few moments. There's going to be a presentation, and I think you'll get a lot out of that. But until then, just lay low a little bit. Maybe talk to someone if they come up to you. At which point, like 3 women from the audience like come up to you and start like chatting and like basically giving the other woman an opportunity to walk away as they're like, oh my god, oh, it's so nice to see someone here to support us. Oh, it's great. Oh, and I haven't seen you around town. Wait, are you the one that lives up in the hill? You got such a nice place. It's so beautiful.
And you just hear Leopold muttering something to them very, very quietly, saying, this Forks thing, that's all stolen from me. She got the movie deal, but
I'm more of a team Jacob, to be honest.
Somewhere Val is just like, fuck this.
Nicholas, you actually get a few people also coming up to you for like autographs. They don't have paper, so they're like handing you their pamphlets and being like, can you sign this for me? I loved.
No, I'm trying to get into character.
I loved the sorcerer's journeyman.
I forgot about that one.
I'm wondering if Kelly, like myself, has a list of Nicolas Cage movies open right now.
These are top off the dome. After a while of like being shushed away, they kind of leave you alone. Also give me a wits and awareness while you're focusing.
Wits and awareness.
And awareness.
Awareness. Ahramans.
Oh, man. I just made Nicolas Cage, who is not an aware person. That is one success.
That person didn't actually like the sorcerer's journeyman.
Nobody did, really.
They just didn't want to say that they liked Candleman.
Oh my god.
Which one was that one? The Wicker Man?
Wicker Man.
Yeah. We already did matchstick.
Yeah,
We already did matchstick.
They just didn't want to admit it because their friends laugh at them. But yeah, that's all you pick up on. You're used to it.
Nobody likes vampires kiss. I don't know why.
With that, like 3 of the like event organizers kind of like look at you for a second and then turn back and walk away.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find my way into the backstage area if there is one.
All right. Do you want to be stealthy about that?
No.
Or just want to walk in?
I'm gonna throw an awe actually and on my way just to make sure that like everybody's looking at the star of the show.
All right, give me that same roll that I said just a second ago. Manipulate and presence.
Manipulation and presence. That's pretty much the same roll. That is another 1 success.
I got it.
Take my curse. Take it, please.
I think I got it. So yeah, you kind of like
Rupee herpes pretty much. And
you're walking back to like the there's like the corral area where they bring in the bulls, and there's kind of like a gate that they've opened up, and there's this big like tented area back there, kind of like a beer garden, but you can tell that it's like sort of the organizer's booth. And a lot of people are like watching you. They're like, oh, look, it's Nicholas Coppola from
Capolo.
Capricola.
from Thieves
wait, I got it
Plane.
open.
Thief's Plane.
Thieves Plane. That one's an easy one.
Is it? I have no idea
Yeah,
what
it is an easy one.
It's Con Air.
It's Con Air.
I don't think I've seen it.
It's a
I
good
know I
movie.
picked that up. I would never would have picked that up.
So yeah, you make your way to the back. As you do, you see like a few like lounge chairs set up and some very well dressed women back there. And as they see you walk in, like one of them stands up, looks at you and says, "What are you doing back here?"
Oh, I'm one of the actors. I got hired.
Yeah, we said that you can mingle with the crowd until you can perform. You're not allowed back here.
Oh, what? I have to be back here. This is backstage.
This is the green room, sure, but this isn't where you're supposed to be.
Where am I supposed to be other than the green room?
Outside mingling with the guests.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna forgetful mind this person.
Nice. Let's see what that one does.
I think my card isn't right because I have it. It says exactly the same thing as mesmerize, which is 1 level lower.
Probably. So that's manipulate and dominate.
In a rouse check, I believe.
If you use it, we'll just whatever. We'll come up
Succeeded
with
on
it.
that. Manipulation and
Dominate.
which I need more dice for.
Oh no.
Ooh.
It was a concept.
Yeah, I need a lot of dominate.
Because isn't this supposed to be that they don't remember like a few minutes?
No, forgetful mind lets you imprint memories. Like
Yeah,
you-
that's not what mine says.
what does yours say?
Mine says the vampire can issue complex commands to a victim as long as they have the subject's gaze
Oh, weird.
and relative quiet in which to issue instructions, which is exactly what it says on mesmerize.
That is
Yeah.
mesmerize.
That seems like a bug.
What does yours say?
That you get to the user rolls a contest of manipulate and dominate versus intelligence resolve. Each points of margin allows the user to add or remove an additional memory. The victim recalls the edits vaguely. Fogly, a critical win creates a flawless imprint as real as any true memory.
Oh,
But have you just not been using it because it
that's weird.
seemed bad?
No,
Okay. Yeah, just
I don't have it in any of my normal characters. I have it in this character, but
Yeah,
I
that's,
just knew that wasn't right.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right.
that's a misprint. So what did you get, Steve?
I got 3 successes.
All right. So you can imprint 1 memory because I got 2 successes.
That I'm supposed to be back here. Oh, you don't understand. I'm supposed to be back here.
I'm supposed to be back here. Ah, yes, you're supposed to be back here. Of course. Green room, entertainment, makes sense. Sorry, it's been busy organizing this.
Nicholas
and
Coppola. Okay.
of course, I love Matthew. It's Mandy. It's not great.
Yeah.
That was a stretch.
Leaving Arizona,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
which is a mashup of 2 Nicolas Cage movies.
So we're going to go back to the Blade Sisters, who have just finished setting up. What are you going to do for a while before the presentation begins?
I'm gonna unseen passage and melt into the shadows.
Ooh.
Ooh, woo.
I'm gonna take a cup of this blood and not drink it.
And I failed the rouse check for it.
Oh, God, let me live. Oh, my God. Oh, God.
You know, just gonna unseen passage in the shadows, you guys. Just
So that's it's just a 1 rouse check. Has their attention on the user, can they get detection? Yeah, so you just kind of like disappear into the shadows.
yeah. The plan is to do kind of a circumference of the area. I'm not sure if I can do sense the unseen as well. I figured my turn's already taken up with the shadow melding.
It says you can't make a stink or odor, or stink or smell.
Yeah, you can do both because like one is you disappearing, the other one is you trying to like heighten your senses type thing. So
Oh, okay.
you're
So,
just
yeah.
looking.
Let me look that up because I want to get good with this.
Also,
Sense the
Winter
unseen, where are you?
Winter's
There.
repose says, "I'm just gonna say because the world apparently cares more about our election than we do. Biden won."
Woo!
Yes,
Yay!
Good.
We care. That is great.
we do care. That's good.
Oh, there we go. Wits or resolve plus aspects.
I dropped one of my dice and I'm trying to pick it up with my feet.
Come on, monkey toes.
I'm wearing thick socks. It's hard. What do
Put
you?
it between the two of your feet.
What did you get when you rolled?
Hold on. The sense the unseen. I've not rolled it yet.
I already did the scream. Wait, did you fail your? Is there a rouse check for sense the unseen?
I don't believe
I have
so.
no
don't-
idea.
Yes.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Unless you want me to scream again. It's
I mean,
up to
just
you.
do it again. I love hearing you scream. So
No, I'm not a dancing monkey.
While this is happening, are there any like families here?
Give me a wits and awareness.
I got tree
You got
successes.
3.
Successes. Oh,
You
shoot.
see, you see, just trailing behind Nicholas, this like weird pulsating web that's just floating above him, and you sense, you get a better sense of like how many kindred are actually in here, and it seems that the majority are actually not kindred, and that it's between 15 and 20 are actually kindred. And there's maybe
They ordered 20 pies.
there may be like 150 people here.
Oh, fuck me. That puts a wrench in my plan.
But there's more of a web near Nicholas, you said?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can. Would you know what that is? Is the thing?
Like the web per se?
It's
I
fame,
can
obviously.
Yeah, you just sense all of the movies intertwined in one beautiful universe.
Is this like the cinematic universe of Nicholas Coppola? Or what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Yeah, just a laughing flaming skull floating above him at all times.
Jesus. I mean, if there's any way to figure out what the web actually means, I mean, like, unless mechanically I know what that means.
Just give me a int and occult.
Sweet. Okay.
One of them good old int and occults.
Yeah.
Because I'm a nerd for that shit.
Pew pew pew.
Woo!
Oh, sure. 4 successes on that one.
Uh,
No
yeah,
crits yet. I'm kind of disappointed.
you know that he's a Malkavian, and he's just like got the Malkavian web above him. Kelly doesn't know what it is, but this is how Steve described it to me before.
That makes sense. But
Yeah.
nothing else sort of sticks out.
You do get an idea that like maybe he might not be Nicholas Coppola, but you're not too sure. If he's Malkavian, maybe he's just thinking he is the thought that you come up with.
To which then I realize he's Malkavian. I'm going to leave that shit alone and just keep circling.
I am not saying it's true. I'm just saying that's a logical conclusion to make of a fucking Malkavian.
Ooh, what a twist!
And I made the logical conclusion of just carry on as a Malkavian.
Yeah. Mother Zasha, you grabbed some of the punch, right? You said?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't drink it.
Zasha's downing it, and it's delicious.
Oh yeah, she has a couple.
Scared.
But then after she's, she feels a little bit sated. She's gonna kind of bend down next to the cart again, where Grim is curled up on the bottom shelf, and she's gonna like pat him very lovingly, and then in Russian, kind of whisper in his ear, like, "Go see if you can find anything weird going on, darling."
I think it's
Good kitty.
charisma and animal can. I think, as I'm assuming you're using bound familia.
Yes.
Heh.
Fabulous.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Welcome to my home.
I don't know if it's bound or bond.
I don't
But-
know.
I've
Is that
seen-
Bond familiar?
I've seen
was
both.
Bond.
Oh.
I think it's
Yeah,
bond.
I've seen
think it's
both
Bond.
too. Okay, that's 5 successes.
Jesus Christ. So you're petting Grim, and what exactly are you telling him to do? Because this can be as precise as you want it.
I'm asking him to look for anything strange, basically.
He kind of like nuzzles your hand a little bit, and then like plops down. And as stealthy as he could possibly do, he's like walking through the crowd, which like he brushes up against a bunch of people's legs who like look down and they're like, "Oh, cat, okay."
Nobody's excited about the cat.
He is a bit of an alarming looking cat.
It's a large, lumpy cat.
Large lumpy cat.
He's probably got some sewage still in his fur.
Oof.
The cat smells kind of funny.
So after a while, some of the people in the back green room kind of like stand up and they're like checking their watches, and it's like,
Before that happens, I grabbed my cup, but I didn't actually do anything.
okay.
And I was looking for families, and I rolled 3 successes.
Oh, right. Yeah, you recognize some of the women are like sisters or like mom and daughter and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there's anybody younger than like adulthood. Like there's no children here.
Okay.
But it's like you recognize families from the community, but otherwise it's hard to tell if like the people who are not from the community are relatives.
Yeah. If I see anybody that I know comes into my shop frequently, like not as a kindred, I want to go up to them and use mesmerize and tell them to leave.
Ooh. I like all these powerful vampires getting to do cool stuff.
Yeah. So no roll is required against an unprepared mortal victim.
Hey.
I have to rouse check, but that's it.
All right, give me a rouse check.
Success.
Oh, okay, good. I don't think I could get back into British right now. So you just go to her and say like, "Get out of here."
I can't say. I can issue complex commands. So yeah, I'll say like leave and don't come to an event like this again. Something like that.
Okay. Thanks, Amelia. And then she kind of just like starts walking away.
Yeah, and then I'll like continue to do this.
Got one.
Yeah.
And with that, Amelia just torpedoed the entire like rodeo.
It had to be 150, guys. Fuck. My entire notes. God damn it. Yeah, so in the back green room, a few of the like organizers like stand up. They're like checking their watches and like finishing their drinks and putting it down, and turn to you and Nicholas and say, "Well, we're gonna go up for the announcement and kind of just the meet and greet to the community. You come on after, as everyone else is mingling after, and you'll get your money at the end of the night." Did you say anything?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Cool. And then they just kind of like, they all shuffle off. A few of them are like looking at you strange, like pointing at the one who said you're allowed to be here, and it's like, what? Oh, okay. And they just walk off. You see a bunch of like, all of you now, as like the crowd is sort of gathering around the stage, and these women are walking out from the green room. They're all like various, like nicely dressed, like different combinations of clothes. Like there's plaid with like a nice cardigan over top. It's kind of like weird, Leopold, because you know that the Aramanes.
Yes, I knew that.
Eventually became gangrel. So like they're actually pretty like middle class dressed for gangrel.
Soccer moms?
Yeah, kind of like soccer mom quality of like clothing and dress, and like a few of them are like a little bit more punk because they're moms from like the 90s.
Oh
yeah,
shoot!
like,
it's an MLM.
Oh no.
all right, guys, I'm gonna tell you about Cutco.
No, fuck this. No.
They whip out a bunch of knives. So they all stand up. One of them, who's like looks more like businessy while dressed, walks up and starts giving the presentation. She kind of gives like the same stuff that you've heard. Like, we're all glad that you came. We've recently moved to the neighborhood, and we just wanted to meet the community around here. And we're so glad the turnout. I'm gonna need.
I'm so scared.
I'm excited. Slaughterhouse.
Just everybody dies.
It's a one shot.
I saw what the voices tell me.
Let's go with
That was a
Vampire
Timber
TPK.
Conwood right there.
I'm gonna go with a weird one. I'm gonna want composure and awareness from all of you. Everybody that can hear.
Is there anything spirits wise that I have specialty of spirits for awareness? This is specifically ghosts, not like auras or kindred. It doesn't have to be. I just wanted to check.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
3.
Ooh, that was a good roll. Finally, 4. Oh,
4
jeez.
with crit.
Messy critical.
How many? So what did you get, Joe?
I got 4 with a crit, so 2 success and then 2 crit. Or, well, like, I mean, 2 dice with the crit. So
Nice.
that's what, 5, 6?
6.
Or
6.
can't remember, 6, right?
Shar, what did you get?
Crit.
I got 4.
Rose,
I got 3.
Haley,
Just one.
Steve.
Crit, but just the crit, and it's messy.
Ooh, does that mean you get hungrier?
That can mean I get hungrier. That's up to you.
Wait,
The chat wants it.
I don't know what's with this color, but it's affecting our tomatoes, man. And we need to drink the blood to make the tomatoes better. And you just hear a in your mind.
No. Whoa. Whoa. Just calm down. We can deal with the tomatoes later.
So everybody that got less than a 4, anyone who got a
phew.
4 is good.
Yeah,
Less
that's
than
me.
a 4, you start to feel like really connected to this person that's giving this speech. Like,
Fuck.
you feel what they're saying makes a lot of sense. They're nicely dressed. They seem really polite and nice, and like they have this dream of a communal sisterhood formed around and in Salmon Arm, and it seems very good. It seems like this is a great idea, and you're so glad that these people have come to the town and want to do this.
What do I feel?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have unswayable mind, which means I can add my fortitude rating to dice rolls to resist manipulation and coercion.
Ooh.
Would this count?
Yeah.
Yay!
This
Don't
probably
forget
won't
about
do
willpower.
anything, but fuck. Nope. Changes nothing.
Aw.
Would this be a bad time to use a willpower to reroll?
If you want, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Oh, Kelly's being nice. I would not allow that.
If you catch it just as you feel your mind kind of like slipping in, so you can use a willpower. And did it help?
Yeah, I got one more, so I got 4.
Nice. So you feel this, and you kind of like your head starts to lull, and then you hear like the scream.
screaming.
You remember the screams, and you're like, "Oh wait, okay." And you sort
No, I'm a bloodthirsty killer. That's right. Fuck community.
of everybody that got 4 or higher can definitely sense that something is being cast over the crowd as this person is talking.
Sense the unseen.
Yeah. Since we have Sense the Unseen, is that the same scene, or like would we be able to see like what's any emanations or anything?
Yeah. So you on the stage, just all kindred, and those like concentrated pools of energy that you saw around the rodeo arena have kind of like started to grow and like connect to each other, almost like veins starting to like grasp each other. Val mostly just sees that they're kindred and the spidery web above Nicholas.
Fucking Octavian's fucking shit.
Those of
I don't
you,
know what to do.
those of you who succeeded, what do you do?
I don't know. Like, can I mesmerize again?
Who are you gonna try to mesmerize?
Someone that's still a human?
Just another person?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know what else to do. I feel trapped.
So you notice all of the women around you have now just like, they're all facing towards the stage, and you're like standing surrounded by all of these women from around town, just like staring, transfixed.
Okay, maybe I'll start walking quickly to the stage.
Okay, so you start walking, kind of like
Instead.
pushing Altair style. Through
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a concert crowd up in here.
Steve, you notice the veins kind of like start touching the soles, like the bottom of the feet of a lot of the people in the crowd as another person from like the stage like steps up and starts talking more and more about like the history of this place. It's so grand to be in such a great place with such a thriving history and a culture. This place just gives off a culture, and you see these blood colored veins tapping on the feet of the people throughout the crowd now.
Is there like a section off to the side of the stage that's like kind of an alcove-ish area?
Yeah, it's like
The wings.
Yeah, the wing.
yeah, there's like the area that you came from, like the green room, then there's like the corral zone. There's a lot of like different paths to get out of here.
Is there anybody in the green room left?
No, they left you. You're allowed in there. That's
Okay.
what they said.
Am I able to kind of grab a human, like a regular human that the tendrils haven't touched yet?
Sure.
Yeah.
So you find one person that's like looking up, and they're kind of like their heads tilted a bit, and you like grab them, and you notice that it hasn't touched them yet, and they like hold on to them.
Then I'm gonna possess them.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh my!
I don't know what that does. Tell me.
I also don't know
I believe
what
that's
that
two
does.
rouse checks, though.
It is 2 rouse checks, yes.
What
Yeah, look
level of
that up.
power is this?
It's a level 5. It's an amalgam between 5 Auspex and 3 Dominate.
Holy crap.
Costs 2 rouse checks.
That is a success on both of them.
Nice. No Nicolas Cage for us.
Damn it. Yeah. Aw.
And then I have to, let's see.
Resolve
where's
and
possession?
Auspex.
Resolve and Auspex.
Yeah.
My resolve is that. Auspex is a bunch of these. Against their resolve and intelligence. Ooh. That is 6 successes with a crit.
So you kind of like turn this woman around who's like trying to stop you and continue to listen, and your eyes lock, and just tons of different lines from all of your best movies start shooting out of your mind, and you forget some of the lines, and you're like, wait, no, and all of everything that is Nicholas Capulta goes into this woman, and the body of Nicholas Capulta collapses to the floor.
I'm going to try to grab the body before it completely falls over.
All right, you like see yourself falling, and you grab onto Capulta. Now I have a question. When you roll stuff now, is it through this human person?
I think physical would be basically their physical,
All right.
but
Oof.
I wouldn't be able to like rouse the blood or anything. I'm just
We're going to say just for roll 2 dice for like a strength just to hold this person up who just went like dead.
to hold myself up.
Yeah.
Using this other person's body.
1 success.
You catch it and then like hold it and put it down to the ground as before it falls.
Yeah, I'll drag myself into the green room. Part of the reason why I didn't catch myself, it's just like the lines are coming into the new head, and as I'm dragging myself into the green room, I'm like, the bees, they're in my eyes, the bees. Get them out. This won't bring back your damn honey.
Child.
All right, I know what I'm gonna do.
All right,
Oh,
let's
wait,
see. So Leopold, what are you doing as you see all of these women basically like transfixed by these presences up on stage?
Well, do I see any of the others around me? Do I see, say, Val or...
You specifically
Anybody
don't
else?
see Val.
Oh,
'Cause
right.
Val's-
Yes. Sorry. My bad.
But you do see Amelia sort of like pushing her way through the crowd towards the stage, and you see Zasha now just like staring at the stage.
Did she
Sasha's
see
probably
some-
like up, like her hands are just like wandering up to like lift up her veil because she just like wants to connect now to this
Oh.
person.
Oh, no.
Oh dear.
Would she see like some random woman dragging my unconscious body into the green room?
Give me a wits and awareness. See if you do a better roll, Leopold.
Oh, no. Okay. Great. Dropping dice. Two.
You do not see a woman dragging Nicolas Cage back to the green room.
But I do see Amelia, right?
Yeah, and you also notice that George has kind of like put down his arm, and he's also transfixed at this point.
Okay. Fuck. All right. So first thing I do is I turn around to George, and I hate to do this. I so hate to do this. Gonna use Daunt on him.
Ooh.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that's gonna work. Presence to intimidation. Is that how this works?
It just says you now add your presence rating to any intimidation rolls.
Yes.
Okay. So I wanna tell George to go the hell back to the car.
Okay.
I want you to go to the car now.
Wait. Yeah, give me a roll.
So what am I adding?
You've got
Presence?
3 presence. Yeah.
So presence
do-
and intimidation.
Yeah, manipulation and intimidate, plus your presence.
Okay,
Eh.
that's a lot of dice.
Yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, as he's like brushing you away a bit, he's like hears your voice and kind of like snaps to, and he's like, of course, and he
What's
starts
his
to
effect?
push his way through the women, kind of like stumbling a little bit.
Before he
Looks
walks away, I'm telling him, do not look back.
He looks
Do not
back at
worry
you.
about-
What? Oh, sorry,
Do
no.
do not look back. Just go to the car. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200.
He pulls out the phone
Go.
and he starts spinning because there's a spot here.
Go. Go.
And he walks away. Amelia, what are you doing?
I'm making my way. How close am I to the stage?
You're about like 4 rows of people close.
And the people are the 2 kindred still talking?
There's one now. It's the woman in like plaid with like a nice jacket on. The others basically like as they talk, they kind of like back into a line, and there's like 3 of them now looking at you, walking up closer to them as the person is talking.
Okay, I'm gonna like bite my wrist as I do and like rush forward, and as fast as I can. If I get close enough, I'm gonna just like projectile spit. My scorpion's touch blood that was in the pies, but it doesn't matter. You're getting it in the face, bitch.
On the one talking?
Yeah, the one
Nice.
that's like I assume is still casting something. So this is pretty complex. The user concentrates for a turn, which was me walking, and forces blood through an open wound, which was my bite. Each rouse check worth of poison made takes a turn and emits enough blood to coat one bladed melee weapon thickly or fill one mouthful to be spat at a foe. Spitting poison at someone involves a dexterity and athletics roll. And then they have to... they do stamina and occult to not hit it, I think.
Yeah. All right.
If the user wins, the poison does the margin and aggravated health. Oh, I thought it early. Wait. If the user wins, the poison does the margin and aggravated health damage to mortals and in non-halved superficial health damage to vampires. A mortal who takes even 1 point of damage collapses unconscious. But I'm trying to see, will it make her paralyzed? What is...
It doesn't seem like it'll make her paralyzed, but it will do damage to her.
Yeah.
I have an idea, Shar. Keep them focused on you.
Okay, I'll still do it, I
Yeah,
guess.
go ahead.
Yeah, give her a shot in
cool.
the face.
Yeah.
That'll distract her.
Yeah.
So give me a rouse, or a rouse because it's 1 turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna do... I guess I can only do it 1... Yeah, okay. That's a 10, baby!
Nice. No Johnny Deep today.
Yeah. And I'll spit this poison at her face!
All right, give me a... What was it? Dex
Dex and athletics.
All right.
I don't think I have much of that.
Da, da, ba, da, 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 da.
Oh, can I rouse to get,
Like rouse the blood?
yeah,
Sure.
get more. 7!
Nice.
So I just had 1?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not too bad. I'll do it again. I'm paranoid.
I don't think you can do it again.
Oh, damn it!
Yeah.
Okay. 3.
All right.
Oh boy.
So you're walking up, turning your vitae into poison. You bite your wrist and you spit it at this woman, who full no hits it. Like it smashes her in the face, and you see it like run down her face, and it doesn't seem to be doing anything, and she seems like laser focused on talking to the audience. I got three tens.
Can I do something else, or should it be someone else's turn?
I'm gonna say that as you do that, three of the women that are like seated and were watching you like get up and start to make their way towards you.
Okay.
Val, what are you doing?
I'm gonna look at the one that Val spat at. Thank you for the target. Now, she's still talking away, just with laser focus.
Yeah, she seems to not have noticed.
Cool. She's definitely in line of sight for me, right?
Yeah, you're like in the shadows near the stage, basically.
Cool. I'm gonna extinguish vitae on her.
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe I should have done that too.
No worries.
Damn it.
No worries.
It's a good double team.
Okay, so it's one rouse check. The dice pools are intelligence and blood sorcery versus stamina and composure.
Yeah. So give me that rouse.
Okay. Well, I fail. As I do, I like close my hand. I'm looking dead in her eyes.
So give me an intelligence and a blood sorcery.
Blood sorcery is at 4.
Ooh, that's higher than me.
4. Yeah, I'm young, but I'm powerful. And sorry, what was the other one? Intelligence?
Int and blood sorcery, yeah.
Yes, okay. All right.
Ooh, that's cool.
5 successes and 2 crits.
Jesus. I mean, that's a critical because I got 1 success. I'm pretty sure that's a critical, right? I don't remember how criticals work.
I mean, it's more than double what she got,
Yeah.
so I'd assume so.
Let's say that's what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, just like wave my hand, just tighten and just look dead at her.
You see like her start to twitch and like her muscles tighten. So here's what the scene looks like.
Oh,
we got
boy.
this woman who just dumped off Nicolas Cage's body. We've got this nice looking like warm pie maker just spit a bunch of poison at a speaker. We have this old Nosferatu lady trying to take off her veil. We've got one of your manservants walking away as you're telling them to leave, and you see at this speaker try her best to focus, but you all being as powerful and as learned as you are recognize
Frenzy!
you just can't anymore.
Frenzy!
And she's sitting at like a podium and she kind of like whips it to the side and then full just like jumps into the crowd
Oh, shit.
and just starts ripping and starts biting and starts going crazy.
This is important.
You have caught this woman to frenzy.
Yeah!
This is important for my plan. Like, how strongly did she toss aside the podium, and is it made of wood?
It's made of wood and
It splintered.
it didn't like shatter or anything. Like it fell over and went to the ground.
Well, that's unfortunate.
You don't think that she used potence or anything like that?
No, she's frenzying, so this is just pure instinct. She's
Just
pure
pure-
animal. She's pure
and-
beast.
Yeah, she's like grabbing people and like biting them in the throat.
How are the other humans
Are they
reacting
snapping out
while
of
this is
it?
happening?
You can see, so the 3 that were approaching you like freak out. One of them still goes up to you, and one of the remaining women like promptly like stands up on stage and tries to like talk more. You can see some of the one sec. Let me roll again.
We fucked up their shit.
Bitch, I will cut you!
Oh shit.
And she's my next target because I'm hungry.
You see, as she's like trying to talk and like keep the crowd intact, like you see a bunch of the women kind of like shaking their heads in the crowd, and like looking at just blood spraying everywhere, and they start freaking out and start like running in multiple directions, and basically
Run away!
havoc has started.
Quick question. If I use blink, can I do something else in the same turn, given how quick it is? Because I can't remember. Yeah. Okay, then I'll wait for my turn.
All right.
Just a quick thing from the chat. Winter Repose said, "Old, rude. She has a skin condition."
Yeah, she's got a skin condition. Quit staring at grandma, okay?
To be fair, she is pretty old, though.
Yeah. Listen, I read your character sheet. Speaking of, Zasha, you like, as you're pulling up your veil, and then you see this woman like frenzy into the crowd, and like a couple of them like stand up. You're like, wait a minute, this is dumb. What am I doing?
This is bullshit.
This is just a bunch of wasps standing up stage telling people how they need to live their life.
Oh, Zasha doesn't like that. Her hand goes straight to the butcher's knife.
Hey.
I'm going to say that we are now officially in combat. So I'm just going to go down the line of what people want to do. Starting with Nicholas, it's been a while.
Wasps, this won't bring back your goddamn honey.
Very good.
Wasps.
I'm gonna try to find, like, I'm assuming there's like a bunch of folding tables.
Yeah, there's the empty ones that Amelia and the Blade sisters brought.
Are they made of wood?
I think she said they're like those like cheap plastic ones.
Fuck.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Want a goddamn steak.
I said it's splintered, and you're like, no.
I mean, you were part of like the preparations and stuff. You know that Val prepped some steaks with her.
Oh,
I'm
Val
fine
has them?
me, but I'm also unseen right now. And I've got my target.
I think you made enough noise, like walking up and pushing through people, that you're now like visible with your hand out.
Oh, me? Oh, okay.
Or Val?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So you two are like standing pretty close together, so you can see Val like next to you.
So I'm just a random woman at this point.
Yep.
Does Val have them on like a bolo or anything, or like some kind of like across the shoulder thing?
Nope.
What would I have
But
known
I got
where...
them somewhere.
Ew.
Hey. That's not what I was implying. Shit.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going fishing in your prison wallet to find a steak.
Wow. Not even. Not even. Okay. I have a coat, you guys. Jesus.
Oh, it's
Well,
probably
yeah, but
it's probably
me
in the
as
coat.
random woman, I'm not gonna like
Walks up and grabs it.
Like, you're going to get a fist to the face if you do that.
yeah,
tell
that's
me,
what I'm saying.
tell you what, give me a wits and awareness just in the middle of battle.
Wits and awareness.
Yeah.
Wits, those, and these. Still at 2 hangries. 2 successes.
All right, that's enough. You see one of the like chairs that were set up, and it's like those kind of like shitty ranch chairs that are painted white, but they're so old that they're faded and stuff. One of those ones that you can easily just break off the leg if you kick it hard enough.
Perfect. I'm gonna go up and kick the leg and
Nice.
make myself a makeshift steak.
Yeah, you snap it and it like splinters into like the double hook where there's like the slit down the middle. Oof.
Yeah. And I'm gonna stake one of the women.
One of the ones on stage?
Yeah.
All right. Give me a strength and melee?
What is their strength? Because I'm in random woman's body.
I think
Right.
2 strength. Roll 2 dice.
Does she have any melee skill?
Can you rouse your blood
No.
in a person's body? Oh, because you're
I
not
wouldn't be able to
using
do
your
that.
blood. Oh, you.
Basically, my plan is I just jumped into somebody else's body so I don't get myself killed.
That's smart.
If
Tell
they
me
get
how-
killed, fuck it.
Tell
I
me
don't
how
care.
much you have.
That is
Come on.
4 successes.
Wow.
I got none. So you, as one of the presenters, is like standing up to go and walk over to now like running over to Amelia, you kind of like put one hand on the stage and like catch her in her own momentum and put the stake up, which like goes under her rib cage into her heart, and she just like falls over right in front of Amelia.
That's for stealing the Declaration of Independence. Wait, that was me. I don't know what's going on.
You see this random woman stab one of the presenters with a chair leg.
Oh yeah, right. You said that this stake was like splintered into while she was stabbing her, right?
Well, you know how like sometimes you break like a lathed wood and it snaps a little bit down the middle, like
Yeah.
get some stress.
Yeah.
More
spikes.
jagged at the end than like
Yeah.
a straight.
Oh, okay.
Kinda
So that it
cut.
can't rip this already staked steak in half.
I mean, it's long enough. You can try to make a steak dagger if you want.
That's what I want to do.
I mean, there's also no. You know what? That's fine. All right,
Okay.
let's go with Amelia. You want to break this steak in half and.
Yeah, well, I mean, my goal is to eventually have wood next to one of the other women. So
Okay.
is there from the broken chair on the stage, is there other wood there?
Well, the broken chair is in the woman now. The chairs that they were sitting on the stage are like those folding, like gray plastic ones.
Yeah.
There's probably a chair, one of the like existing like shitty barn chairs, like near you.
Okay, I'll do that
All right,
just in case. I don't want this other one to come back to
you
life.
snap it and pull it out of her.
Yeah, that would suck.
All right, yeah. So you just easily like kick one of the chair legs again.
Great. And then I'm gonna like rush one of the women up on the stage. There should be one more.
So there were like five. There are 5 women upstage.
Oh, okay,
So the
so-
one that was talking is now frenzied, running through the crowd.
Yep. I don't really care so much about her right now.
Janet, the tennis playing optometrist, just stabbed another person in the rib cage. So there are 2 more women up on stage, and the one that's now frantically trying to talk to the crowd again.
Okay, I'll go up to. No, I'll go to one of the other 2
Okay.
with this dagger, and I'm gonna mesmerize her, holding it in front of her, and say, "Plunge this into your heart." Because I don't have enough strength to do it, but I'm pretty sure I can beat her. It's manipulation and dominate for me versus intelligence and resolve for you.
Oh boy.
Seven.
Oh god. She is just about to like you see like some energy form around her hands as you like walk up to her and say stab yourself in the heart with this, and it kind of like dissipates, and she like wipes her hands off and then like grabs the stake, puts it up to her chest, pushes on the back a bit, and like looks confused, and then just drops on the ground so that the back of the stake pushes against the ground into her heart.
Good. Stay there. And I turn to the woman that's talking, but I don't do anything because it's not my turn.
All right, Leopold, what are you doing?
Who do we have left?
So there's the woman that's trying to calm the crowd down, staked, frenzied. So there's one that's not done anything yet, the one that's frenzied, and the one that's talking. The other 2 have been chaired.
Okay. So I'm going to take on the one that's been frenzied. I'm going to use Blink to get to
All right.
her. Is it a straight path to her, basically?
Give me a wits and awareness real quick,
Okay.
because there's a lot of people like basically running around now, and if you get good at this one, I'll basically say that you can like pinpoint just the right time to sprint through.
3.
3? Yeah, so you kind of like, it takes a couple seconds, and then just at the right moment, you like rush through and like brush past someone. They kind of like bump into your shoulder as you're blinking, but you're now like face to face with the frenzied kindred.
Okay, so given that I can still do something while that's happening, I'm going to use Dread Gaze on her. because I want her to stop and not move anymore.
Uh-huh. All right, one sec.
That's a new one.
It's 9 dice for me. It's
Yeah, what do I roll?
manipulation, and for me it's manipulation, intimidation. Manipulation, intimidation. That's 5, and presence. Actually, so that's 8. Sorry, not 9.
Oh God. Yeah, because you still have Daunt up, don't you?
Oh right.
Also
Actually, I
that.
do. Okay, so I can. What else can I add with Daunt then? Because I have Daunt up, and I'm trying
Double
to.
presence?
Okay, let's do that.
Sure.
And
Why
what do I?
not?
What do I? What do I get to roll?
You don't. What? No, I'm kidding. It looks like you have composure and resolve.
Damn it!
That's just the noise that they make when they're completely dominated by Joe's character, just like. "Meh."
Bro, I wish I had more dice to roll.
Aw.
How many dice are you rolling? That's got to be more than 10.
I have blood dice in here.
Oh shoot.
Okay, so I have one. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5, and then 2 dice that are critical. So that makes it 7. Yes.
So you tell
9?
me.
Right.
You,
Wait, how
you
does that
tell
make that?
you tell me
Okay.
what happens.
If you have 5 successes and then 2 crits, right?
Well, 2 dice that are crit. Two dice with like
Yeah, so I think that's 7.
2 dice
Yeah.
out of the 5.
no, 2 dice on top.
Oh,
Of
so
the
that's
5.
9 then.
Yeah, that's 9.
All right, you describe to me what happens to this person.
Okay, so what happens is that she is frozen in terror, cannot move, and literally is like this. You can see these minute shakes in her that she's like shaking in absolute and total fear, like, and can't move. And I just turn around at this point and I'm like, she's all yours. And just walk away.
Sweet.
Just sitting there, just this like blood
She's all
covered.
yours.
Yeah, there's just this blood covered woman with like bodies around her, now just completely still and terrified. Let's see. We went. So Val or Mother Zasha. Who wants to go?
I mean, I know exactly what I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be an ender. But Zasha, do you want to go ahead?
Yes. Okay. So Zasha, still holding her butcher knife, is going to activate her prowess.
Nice.
Yeah.
And she's gonna like what she's aiming for the lady who's now trying to calm the crowd, but she's not just gonna run over, like she's gonna like goblin scuttle over, like like over bodies through legs, like she's just hell bent on getting to this lady.
So whoever has played Dead by Daylight recently, I'm basically just picturing the Blight
Yeah.
sprinting towards. Just
Totally.
Dark Tales is rating us.
yeah, Dark Tales gave us 20 new viewers.
Dark Tales, yeah. Thanks, guys.
Hello, you came
Thank
just
you,
in
Dork
time.
Tales.
Yeah, just this just pushing past people.
Just completely just like scuttling. And once she gets up there, she's just going to like crouch like right at the bottom of the stage, hold up the butcher's knife and grin and flick off her veil and then lunge for this lady.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right. Give me a strength and or dex and melee plus
Okay.
whatever you just used.
Yes.
God, beans. Sucks. Just the worst rolls. Just horrible.
That's what we want. We gotta wrap up. We got 2 guests waiting.
That's 6 successes.
Yeah, so you I got 1 again, guys.
Yeah, Joe, I think your curse is broken.
So this she's like really focused, and you come up, and basically like the moment you're about to stab her, she like turns to you and puts up her hand, which you like stab through her hand, and like the blade then goes into her chest, and you basically have her like hand pinned up against her chest now with the blade going through
God.
it as she like looks down at you, just all like ah.
And she like she's probably like hanging off the knife, like clutching onto her, like her feet aren't even on the floor. She's just like
You kind of like, as you do that, she kind of like topples back and then falls down, so you're now like on top of her holding the blade into her chest. She's still conscious, but you have a blade through her hand into her chest right now.
Beautiful.
Val, what are you doing?
I'm gonna eat this now frozen frenzied woman.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Because
I mean, you
Val's
just
hungry.
You just kind of do. She can't stop you. Do you have like that fast feed or anything like that?
Sorry, fast feet, as in
Brutal feed.
Do you have
which
brutal
is
feed at all?
potent.
I do not.
That'd be the best.
All right, so you kind of like walk, and like the still like frozen in fear. All she can see is this like layer of fog kind of appear around her as a long hand reaches around, and just a flash of red as you just start feeding on her.
Going to town.
And it's gonna take you a little bit, but with the 9 successes, I don't think there's anything that she can do right now.
And am I full?
Chug.
I mean, you can just keep going. It's gonna take a little bit, but you're gonna drain her.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. Because you don't have brutal feet, it'll take more than 1 turn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's fair. Now let's go to town.
So Amelia, as the like carnage and stuff is happening, give me a quick wits and awareness.
I'm good at that.
Do.
Stay out of my way, Amelia.
Still unspirit related.
Still on spirit related.
Ugh. Oh, I have to reroll that. Ugh. 2 10s and a 7. So 5 successes.
Okay. So as the like chaos and like just massacre is happening around you, for the briefest of moments, off near a barn in the distance, you see what appears to be a very like well-dressed, like clean-cut man sort of adjust his tie, shake his head, and then disappear.
Bum bum bum.
So I think there's now
Just the one that's stabbed with the hand, and then the one that's being eaten.
I think there was still one more. Well, no, never mind. I think they got killed. Anyways,
I'm gonna go up to the one that Mother Zasha is already dealing with and say, "Nothing like a bit of teamwork," and I'll whip out my razor blades and like slice her across the neck, and the blood will go.
nice. Give me
Mother Zasha's trying to catch it in her mouth.
give me a dex and melee with proficiency. And you roused your blood for dexterity, so you get to add an extra dice.
Still?
I think it's the
Ooh.
scene.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh.
1 sec. Oh, what a goddamn shocker. So
You've inherited my curse.
yeah, for a moment, it almost looks as if like just red like tissue paper flies out of her throat, and then it splatters to the ground, fully bloody. It's a little brighter and a little bit more theatrical than the rest of the blood.
There's a really high piccolo note as you're dragging the blade across the neck.
Now I'm trying to remember if you killed everyone. So, okay, let's go over the list, shall we, class? Random woman got stabbed someone in the chest. Amelia stabbed someone in the chest.
She stabbed herself in the chest.
It's true. Frenzied getting eaten right now. And then stabbed through the hand. I think there's still one left.
And the woman that Val did something to. We
No,
exploded.
that's the one I extinguished her blood. I'm
Yeah.
eating her right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So there is one more.
Yeah.
Damn
and
it.
She's gonna attempt to run. So she is now like, she's turned full, running away from the stage, like hopping over the corral now. And I think it is now Nicholas's turn.
Yeah. With no care whatsoever for the thing, body, person that I happen to be inside, I'm going to like lunge after this person and like wrap around their legs, kind of like go for the leg tackle.
All right. Roll
And if they happen to kill me, they happen to kill me. That's fine. I don't mind.
2 dice.
Like and brawl or athletics or something.
No.
or-
Just
No.
2 dice.
I think the skills still transfer because he still has the skill.
Well, it's a dex. Do you retain your dexterity for the body, or is it just using her dexterity?
It would use her dexterity.
Yeah. She's a normal human that I think I said is an orthodontist. Optometrist? That was the one. She doesn't get to go out that much. She plays tennis, but that's
That
more
is
of an
a
athletic
success.
sport. You kind of like grab her and she slips a bit and then like kicks you off, but you like keep like pulling her and there's like a struggle of like her still managing to climb up. But you're like grabbing her. It's like really annoying of like grabbing her leg and she kicks you and she starts to crawl over. So she gets over one of the corrals and starts climbing up the next one. I think we said Leopold was next.
Why don't I just try and do the same thing as this one then? Let's
Gonna
be
blink
boring
at her?
today. Yeah, I'm gonna blink at her. I'm gonna try and drive gaze her. Am I within line of sight in a way that I don't have to do anything special? Like I'm
Okay.
assuming people have started running away and
Yeah.
you know,
They're avoiding the now being devoured still woman.
okay. So
Legend has come to town.
oh.
That's probably a lot.
I forget. Oh yeah, you're rolling like 20 goddamn dice. Ooh, I got 2 successes.
Hey!
So,
Two.
so I got 4 successes, and then I got 4 dice with crits on them.
Jesus.
I'm not kidding.
I think.
Oi, oi,
That's like
So you-
12 successes.
Joe, what the
So you
hell?
catch her as she like looks back at the massacre. She catches your eyes, and like the kid from Jurassic Park when he gets shocked on the fence, she trying to just go still and then falls back and lands on her ass in the dirt.
Yes. I just turned to. I don't even know who this person is. Who Nicolas Cage is occupied? Because obviously I have no idea what's going on there. I just look at this person. I'm like,
Nicholas Coppola.
Monsieur. Okay. So I let you deal with this one. Yes, this is. I do not want to get my hands dirty here. Okay, you deal. Yes, it's good.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Leopold walks away.
Bonsoir.
Val, are you still devouring?
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
so you-
busy. I'm going to take a little break just to go bonsoir and then just keep going.
Mother Yasha, Sasha.
Zasha is gonna get a piece of this pie. She's gonna bend down and start sucking away.
Nice. Amelia.
I'm gonna take out my razor and like chuck it at this one that's like trying to escape at the corral.
Okay, the one that's now like stunned and on the ground.
Yeah.
She's prone, so I think you get disadvantage on ranged
What the
attacks.
hell? That's true. Do I still have to do firearms? Or is this
No,
knives?
just do melee again. I don't care. If
And
anyone
what?
walks up to her, they can just start stabbing her.
And what though?
Dexterity.
Oh yeah. Right, which I have an extra thing in.
If you want to just walk up to her and start cutting, you could also do that.
Okay, I'll do that.
She's completely down. She's the last enemy active right now.
4 successes.
I'm just gonna say it's a coup de grace. You walk over and like still staring like at Leopold, just like as you slice her, just this terror across her eyes as Leopold walks away, and you're just like slicing away. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
My like white puffy sleeves are all dark red now.
And so
I immediately start carving out her organs.
Jesus.
That's how I eat. I can't eat any other way.
You are surprised by this.
I might add that there are like a bunch of humans now sprinting away. Is
They
anyone
were already sprinting.
Is anyone gonna do anything about these people, or can I leave on a cliffhanger now?
Fog. I have fog everywhere. Oh, I also have cloud memory.
Can you do that on mass?
No.
I don't think so.
All right. So we're just gonna fade as we like, just like war movie style, like shaky cam on human level, just as like blood is being like shredded, people are cutting out organs. This old lady is up on the stage just eating somebody. This like still statue is being engulfed in fog as it like gets weaker and weaker. And this random lady's just kind of like sitting next to the corral. With a passed out Nicolas Cage, but feet away. And Leopold, we follow as he just walks casually outside of the chaos, people running around him, getting up to the truck where George has already turned it on, and you drive away from this chaos.
Sounds about right.
Yay!
Man, Salmon Arm got fucked that night.
Listen, I wanted them all to get poisonous pies that made them paralyzed, but that wasn't in the cards.
They're vampires. They couldn't eat it.
So I will, so your plan was good and solid, because if you guys went any more like rounds without doing anything, there probably would have been a mass embrace from all of the people in that area.
That would have sucked. Yeah. Oh boy.
Well, actually, I sent Kelly a message in the chat, and I think you missed it.
Oh shit.
I suggested that we basically, since my character has premonition, to make the entire thing like one premonition, like next the Nicolas Cage movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like at the end, it's just the entire thing was just in his mind.
You're sitting there. We cut with Nicholas Coppola sitting on his bit worn couch with Next on repeat.
Whoa, I gotta stop drinking from drug dealers.
But to leave it with a cliffhanger, you are holding 12K in your hand. Because that was your acting right.
Whoa.
Wait, 1,200, not 12K.
1,200, right.
Yeah,
At this point, y'all could rob the organization.
Yeah.
And that's been the first of what I imagine will be a few more Salmon Arm by Night episodes.
Baby.
I'm going to cut to that awesome, just a flexing ass salmon.
Yeah.